Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Kids on Brooms 𝐶𝑐ine Academy here on StarCrawl. This is our year one game called Dark Recess. As usual, I am your GM, Maz. You can find me everywhere. It's Mozzarella or Mozzarella here on Twitch. I am the GM for this game, as well as a couple other future games coming here to StarCrawl, which I'm so excited about. I cannot believe that we are here at the end of it all, which is crazy because we started in February, and that feels like ages ago. But the game, like I can't believe that we're still in this. Like, my goodness. I can't believe it's November. That's weird. I don't want to think about it too much. But yeah, I am so excited to start this session. Hi Inari. Hi everyone. Hi Wiz. But to start with, let's start with introductions to the players before we start into the game. So let's hand it off to Johnny.
Hello, Shawnee, she, her, Shamazon on everything for the most part. I'll be playing 𝐌𝐴𝐿 this evening. She also does she, her, sorry. We are both very excited, this being one of the last couple of episodes. We're definitely ready for the end of year terms that we're probably expecting, and hanging out and making those last few memories with our friends. And with that, I will hand it over to Odette.
Hi, I am Paige. Hey Paige WTF on everything that matters, I think. She, they, any, I don't really care. I will be playing Odette Asteria today, and she is also she, they, any, she doesn't mind. Very excited to see the end. And then, you know, next year it comes year 2. And that brings a whole host of other challenges and things that kids go through whenever they're in this world, and I'm very excited to see it. And also the drama. I'm here for the drama. But I'm excited, and I will pass it off to Cora.
Oh yeah, that's me. Hi, I am 𝐴. I play our resident support goblin, Cora. Almost said my name again. I'm pumped. I am so pumped. I am so ready for ghoulie time. It's my favorite time of... I was about to say favorite time of the week, but I guess it's every 2 weeks. So every 2 weeks, we have a really good day. And today's the day, boys. Today's the day. And then, that's it for me. I'm sorry for this really discombobulated intro. Tori, please take it away from me.
I'll take it away from here. Hi, I'm Tori J, Tea and Tomes. Currently switching all of my socials to Tea and Tomes so that they all match across the board. But I get to play the resident demonologist, Rania Valtoris, who is super excited to be with the Ghoulies. Like 𝐴 said, this bi-weekly, once a week great day is happening, and I'm excited and can't wait. Can't wait to see what other things we burned out. I mean, other things we have fun with this week.
Accurate.
Yep.
And I'll pass it off to Tokyo.
Tori, I don't know where you put those lighters. I mean, hi, I'm Tokyo, and I'm the Sound of Tokyo. Right here on Twitch, I go by she, her pronouns. I'll be playing Quinn today and every other day mentally because it happens every 2 weeks, but I don't leave this place mentally. So I will be playing Quinn today, and just like the rest of my favorite ghoulies, I'm excited for today. We are getting close to the end of the year, and I'm trying not to cry behind this camera and microphone. So yeah, I'm ready to get into it. I'm ready to have fun. I've been waiting for this for a while, so I'm excited. And that's me. Hopefully you can hear me. And I'm not gonna have to repeat all this.
You sound good. You're beautiful.
Yep, you're beautiful, babe.
I love it. Yeah, we're coming in clear for me, and as Inari says, in the mortal world words of Chowder, excitement. which I love. All right, let's get that trailer started and going so that we can pretty much teleport to Ghoulies right now. So I'll see y'all
Ghoulies.
in a minute. 1 minute. Let us step into the veil where magic realms are closer than ever and the boundaries between worlds are thinner. To a school deep in their first year, well, in their year, as springtime is kind of blooming, you see grass poking in from underneath. There, whatever snow is remaining is now slush. It's water. It's feeding the future plants and flowers that are growing. The moss in the grimwood has gone from a stale gray to a brown to a dark green. A lushness is creeping over Soror Island. A couple weeks have passed since our last time together. You have had a couple of courses, regular day-to-day classes, but as the year comes to a close, all of you have the announcements from the teachers that you will be having exams at the end of the year. These are different from your typical midterm exams or the quizzes that you get from, week to week. Like Professor Arabelle likes to test you no matter what, just surprise quizzes once in a while, because you always have to be prepared. These are standardized exams for the underclassmen and the upperclassmen. They're very important. They are testing you on how well you have captured the material. They might not ask you about specific spells. Some teachers say that, nope, sometimes we just ask you to do something and you choose whichever spell you want to do, or whatever potion you want to brew, or whatever magical item you want to repair, or magical item you want to create, or, artifice, and how well you do it is how you get how you are tested on, or what your score actually comes from, rather than actually just writing an essay about where this spell came from. That is, of course, one of ethics of the arcane test questions, but the other teachers have promised that's not going to be all the questions. Even though Professor Aylmore Onyx would love to do a whole test on just runic lore. Your last exam was a hoot, and they very much enjoyed the sand maze that everyone had to go through. But a lot of students have complained that they still have sand left over in their sneakers from winter break. So the professors, might be going a different direction. But other than the standard exams, then the end of year ceremonies, there are tournaments going on for the different clubs. There is a play being put on by the Theater of the Mind, the drama club, and of course the monthly match between schools for the Weevil game outside with the Weevil team. Which one of them, Amelia, you remember from the ball? But it's springtime. It's been a couple of weeks since, Amelia, you've woken up with a very scary dream. And you've had all of you had the Emberstone shard hidden. And then Alexa talks and it scares the heck out of me. Yeah, the school's walls start talking. Yeah, that there are no timers set. It's totally safe. You mean the castle walls start moving? It's been a couple of weeks since that last dream. Where is the Emberstone shard, and have you moved it? Yevon, so disheveled Amelia with their bangs like kind of more, off of their frame than usual, except for the little wisp that they have around their ears and the little one that they have at the top. Everyone, you can see Amelia just walking around with a little more dark, darkness under their eyes, and they've been a little short lately. Leo, who is in your class, has definitely noticed and said some things, and for sure said something behind your back. And I'm guessing, Amelia, they probably were just like, "Oh, have you seen how she looks?" Just like randomly, and I'm guessing Amelia.
And she whips back around and goes back into studying.
I'm going to say this because I just noticed this on OBS, and it's because I'm on a lot of strong medication right now. Did y'all hear that? Because it looked like it was muted for me. But please tell me you guys heard what Shawnee just said.
I heard her.
I heard her.
On
Yeah.
stream?
Oh. No, I have that muted.
No, you're good.
On stream?
Inari,
I don't know.
Anyone in the chat, if you guys did not hear them, I'm going to repeat it again. But yeah, where is the Emberstone shard, and have you hidden it?
Sorry, I was pulling stream up. Now we're froze on stream for me.
No, I heard Shawnee.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, okay, sweet. So
the Ember Shard would be...
Yeah.
Nope, you're good. The Ember Shard would definitely be wrapped up in, under her bed and just kind of hidden, because kid brain, where else would they, think to hide it in the school? So that they could still keep a pretty close eye on it. And I would imagine, the ancient magic just off of the Ember Shard would definitely be impacting Amelia. She would be disheveled and crazy hair and just snippy and short and not putting up with anybody lately.
Yeah, one of them is Leo Guzman, who has the Sphinx Cat Amon, and he's very tall for his age. He probably said a couple of things in a class once, to Dominic or Ethan or Mason, just being like, "Damn, what's going on with her?"
Yeah, Amelia would definitely take some big feelings to hearing that and like whip around and say something and just, how about you mind your own business there, bud? It's the end of the year. Everyone's getting a little worked up and ready for it. And then like disheveled hair and like eyes, she would just like comb hair out of her face and then like turn back to schoolwork. Also, I don't know that she would realize like the Ember Shard would be what was causing it. She would absolutely just think it was like the end of the school year. She's getting a little stressed out about exams. She's feeling the pressure. That was the whole reason she wanted to come here, was to do well. So I don't think that she would realize that at all.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I would say if you want to know what it is, you can roll a brain, so we'll do a disadvantage. And then with the sleep that, you know, you might not be getting, there might be some grit checks, just to see how you're doing. But yeah, every one of you seen Amelia struggling. Just, you know, sleepless, maybe a little snippy. But what has everyone else been up to these last couple of weeks?
Odette has been working her damnedest to grow this plant that she had gotten from the professor. And she thinks she's doing pretty well. There's a couple little buds on it. 'Cause she's been doing all the things. She's been like singing to the plant, like the different types of music to see if it helps it grow faster. 'Cause she's like, I forgot how long that a plant actually takes to grow. This is ridiculous. Like, so like magic and also like kind of ridiculous methods, like just trying to get this plant to grow so that she can work on making the tattoo ink. That is such a big thing in this world.
Yeah, what is Odette trying to accomplish?
She is trying to almost make runes on herself with the tattoo ink. Obviously she can't go and do it like the more modernized way of doing it because she is still 14. But this is like the older way of doing it, you know, the more crude way of doing it, mixing up the stuff yourself and using your wand and putting it on yourself is less of what's done now.
Okay, so you've, like, for the last couple of weeks, you've been, like, practicing, like, henna tattoos and trying to put it on your skin kind of thing. Yeah, so in this world, a lot of runic magic, a lot of the ritual spells require chalk and circles and other people, familiars, to cast magic because you, as the Arcanist, you're like lightning rods, and that can only work, you know, to a certain degree. And so a lot of teachers in this world have tattoos. A lot of magic users, your parents, people who are older, have tattoos that allow them to access magic a little easier without having to put the ritual circle. Granted, kids aren't supposed to have tattoos at a young age, even though there is a tattoo parlor in the island that is canon. But you can get like a temporary tattoo using this plant. So I will definitely say let me know how long you're working on it for today and what it looks like.
I would say that she has been working on the lightning side on her left hand all day today. Like, she has been practicing these past couple weeks, like trying to get the circle right on paper and on her with like regular, you know, ink that's not gonna stay. But I think for today she's probably been working on it for like 4-ish hours. It's been a little while, but she really wants to make it work and make it right so that nothing messes up, so that she can eventually move on to the other side.
Wait, give me a I'm gonna say this could either be charm or brains.
I'm definitely gonna try charm since it's D20. Do I do my magic modifier or no?
No, just a flat one without.
17.
Awesome. So yeah, over the weeks, definitely it's been difficult to trace out. Henna is really hard to like maneuver if you've ever messed with it, and you really need like precision, the right kind of pressure to push down henna. I've tried to do it even for like weddings, and it's really difficult. I'd say by this point, you've gotten that down, and whatever design that you're trying to do, if you have kept it for like a couple hours, it's now crisp. It's very dyed onto your skin right now. And yeah, what magic it does and things like that, we can go into it when you want to tap into it. But you have, successfully put on one of these tattoos over the last couple of weeks and worked on it and have it for today.
No. She definitely also has it wrapped up like in plastic to see if it will last longer.
Yep.
If it's not dried out yet.
Definitely. Yep. So I will say, if you're trying to hide it, you'll give me a flight check if you're like trying to like hide it from people or things like that. But you would know this. Your teachers will. It's kind of like not like against the rules to do it. So if teachers do see it, you know that they will try to like erase it from you because it can be dangerous. But you would know that because of like the school rules, things like that, that's been going on for weeks. Because of course other students might be trying to do that. Any student who wants to like do better on exams, who try to do like a knowledge kind of ritual circle type things like that to kind of remember things for them on their body, and just being like, what is the answer to this question? Of course, like they would try to do that. But yeah, let's go to Cora. Quinn and Rania, what are you guys up to for the last couple of weeks?
Rania has just been going to visit Zayden and bringing him food and just having different conversations with him to see, whatever information she can gather, and just trying to make sure that he's okay, because she didn't like seeing how thin he was the last time she saw him, and just continuously like checking on him, trying new recipes, and getting nerve sighted about exams.
Yeah, definitely like the last few times you've been with him, he's been eating a little bit more, and his clothes have been no longer has been like just draped over him like curtains. He like probably grabbed a couple of things off your hands and just started eating them, just like, I've never get used to this food, but at least I can eat. Thank you, witchling.
Yeah, certainly. I just, it's internal. I'm kind of looking at my brother like it's weird. He does the same thing sometimes when he decides to focus. So I'm just glad you can finally feel a little at ease, but we gotta figure out how to get you out of this room. It's still freezing in here.
Until those visitors you all have for the school leave, I cannot risk that out of anything. One of her little seer spies will be amongst them. And I don't have a good enough thing to trade for my place back next to her.
Well, we need to work on that too. But also, I don't know. We gotta work on getting my friends not to be so mean to you too, because I don't know. They seem to not really like you, Zayden, and I can't see why.
Why little witchlings don't trust a little demon like me? A little demon just... And then he like licks the ends of his like fingers and just like has a smile, and you see crumbs of the food around his face, like... What's so untrustworthy about that?
She would chuckle and be like, yeah, what could be untrustworthy from someone who just continues to talk in riddles? It's a great thing I kind of know your I'd be suspicious too.
You said that you were asking about certain things. Is there anything that you would want to ask him? Or have you asked him anything?
She hasn't asked anything yet. She's still conflicted. She's been, having conversations with Obsidian, like, should we ask him more demonology questions? Should we dive into this more? Should we focus on what our parents actually want? So she's a little conflicted because the test does show, the things that you are going to particularly be good at based off of what I gathered from you. And that could expose a lot of things that she's not ready to talk about yet.
Oh, I see. Obsidian for sure, like, they have, like, jumped up and down, and they were like, yeah, but he could know about this, and we have to be careful, and then just bites through, like, a shiny, like, thing, like, smacks it against the table, and just like, but if you could ask him one thing, what would it be?
And she would, like, think about it, and she's like, I want to know how to become more powerful. I think we really do like demonology, and I think we could be pretty powerful there. Maybe Zayden can help.
Yeah, you're really good at that. And anyway, if he cannot help, at least he can help. And he, like, you see Obsidian kind of look at you with this, like, glimmer on his raven eye, just like insinuating, like, how like he could still help by, like, giving you a step up into more demonology things. And he kind of has this, like, little chuckle that comes in.
They both would do their as all the ghoulies call it, their creepy laugh together, because they both understand each other, and they'd be like, you're not wrong, Sid.
Yeah, definitely could see that. And for a couple of weeks, you guys know this, the last week, that's when like ambassadors from other realms have been at your school for upper class students who are either doing like a focus study into some things, and like a job fair kind of ask where other people are coming in. So there are people from the astral plane, the demonic realm, the shadow plane, like they're just other people and citizens from other realms here. You've seen them at the dinners, at breakfast. They don't really talk a lot with the underclassmen, anyone under year 4 and under, because you guys haven't really, like, those years don't really go into like electives, and your courses aren't like 6-hour courses into demonology. Like, it's not that serious. So a lot of the older students who are graduating, your brother has been like in a lot of long classes like this with a couple of people, and you can see Zayden for a couple of weeks just like avoiding everything, especially when the demonic realm like attendants are walking around. They are in these like long hooded, imagine like nuns with dark lace, and like I don't know what it's called, that face covering that nuns wear, but imagine if it's like long lace and their claws are like really long, and they seem really nice. They don't look it, but they seem incredibly nice. Then there are people from the shadow realms. They're almost like 7 feet tall. They're very, very long, like a long shadow almost, and they're very, very particular about their tea and their food and how it is specific. Like, it's either this hot, like they have certain ways, and that's something that you guys have probably noticed, that while they're here at Sassine for the upperclassmen, they have, like, the staff members are doing extra for like the people from the shadow realm, and a couple teachers from like the astral plane who who teach in other schools or who teaches at the university. They're almost floating. They are probably like maybe a couple of inches off the ground. A couple of them have like astral bodies, like Professor Elmar Onyx's spouse. But they almost look like every one of you, like as if they came from this realm. But the way they talk, the way they spend time, it's as if their time dilation is on a different measurement than yours. So they feel like they have like all the time in the world or something. Like they have that air around them. And so Rania definitely, like, if you'll notice Aiden avoiding all of the older people, and like he still has a vial around his neck, and he's still a little skittish, but definitely with your routine visits, he's been eating more for sure. Cora, what have you been up to these last couple of weeks?
Cora has been in full-blown study mode. To the best of Cora's abilities. So lots of bunkering down in quiet spaces with books piled haphazardly all around her. Lots and lots of random half-eaten snacks. She basically makes like a studying nest wherever she goes right now, because after midterms and her less than stellar grades, she wants to make sure to end year one on a somewhat better note. So she is doing her best to make sure that happens. Right now she would be focusing on demonology, and by this point she'd probably been studying for about an hour or two, and her brain was starting to feel like it was going to explode a little bit. So she would be frustratingly shoving random things in her mouth and chewing or eating stuff out of pure stress.
Sounds good. Well, sounds stressful, but I've been there and I totally understand. So I'm guessing you were studying somewhere. Odette, you're probably in your room or something with the plant. Amelia, maybe you're out somewhere in like a study room. Ronnie, you're up there with Zayden. Quinn, where are you and what have you been up to these last few weeks?
Right now, I would say Quinn has probably found somewhere in the school where she has kind of like become like her little hiding spot with Kiko, and she's been studying kind of for the final, but mostly she's been kind of looking into she's been hyper obsessed with her last talk with the professor, and as well as she's been kind of reading more into this book she found and just trying to understand what it is and what that means for her as far as a vampire. So she's been looking up vampire knowledge that the school has, and comparing it with stuff that she knows just from her growing up and what she's been having to learn on the opposite side of this. And yeah, so she's kind of been focusing on the finals, but she hasn't really been thinking about it that much. She's kind of like, oh, I gotta know what this means, like, especially since the whole situation with Zayden and stuff. She's kind of like, I gotta know I gotta know these deals, how they work. So
definitely.
yeah, that's what
if you
she's been
wanna
at.
if you wanna do a check on the book, or if
I
you
would love to.
yeah, definitely do give me a brains. And if you want to know more about the deals, like you could visit the professor again, or we can do a check on that, or vampire history. Let me know which one is I guess, number one for you?
I'd say she would be looking into that book a lot more. Let me see. Wait, I'm waiting for it to load back up. I have to back up. But yeah, so I'll do a roll for that one first. Oh, sorry, I'll do a roll for the book. She's kind of a lot interested in it because it's been kind of not pretty much calling out to her. She's been like just trying to get a grip on her. Got a 6 on that brains check.
So with the 6, it's a very heavy tome from the restricted section. So I would say that what you can understand from it, it opens up about like the foundational rituals for spirit communication. So there are common phrases and symbols to attract like benign spirits, and then ward off those who are hostile. There is like an incantation, especially over the last couple of weeks, if you've been poring over it, that you can decipher, that you could use to reach out to a willing spirit. So who it could be is not risky, meaning like you don't know, you can't like, it's not like calling someone directly, and it might be like a limited interaction. That's what you have so far with the 6.
Perfect. I think she would she would think about it and try and attempt to, but I don't think she would really want to try to do something like that without the other ghoulies. For her, it's more like, all right, well, let me learn more about it, but to see how useful it can be for us right now, because she doesn't trust Thalen at all. Like she trusts Rania a lot more in this situation, even though she isn't as trusting as she was before. But she definitely is like, no, we gotta have some way out of this because he's gonna screw us over somehow. So this is something she would be like, yeah, at least we can, if I need to, I can try to get more information this way.
Okay. This was what I remember was this was a book that was given to you by one of the ghost librarians when you're trying to find answers about Nati, right? So yeah, definitely we can do, if you do another hour on it, either this session or like in the next couple of weeks, I can say like there are other, like from the chapters in the book, there are other summoning things and rituals, and also like a section of the book, though, like, you know, I feel like we've read those big, like, heavy books in school before, and they're really hard to understand, but like the chapters, the titles make sense. A couple of them talk about like a rare collection of spells to converse with the dead, or like how in the past people used blood magic to attune to the right person, stuff like that. So definitely from those like headings, you can see that there is a lot in this book that you could learn from. Whether it's helpful or not, like, up to you guys. But yeah, Iko probably has been falling asleep every single time you've been studying over these, stretching and sleeping on them to try and get your attention, and just being like, Iko is bored.
I know. I know it's a lot. You want to run around. It seems to be a little bit better outside today, so I'll take you out later. I'll let you spread your wings and go for a nice walk.
Have you told Kiko anything about like how did you feel about Zayden?
Yes.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Kiko has been like, for a couple weeks, just like Kiko does not trust that one.
Me neither. I don't like how he's so secretive. I mean, he is a demon, but still.
Yeah.
I just want to keep my eye on him really closely. If he's good enough to make Ronnie and keep secrets from us, then he might have a lot more tricks up his sleeve.
I don't like trixies.
Not the bad kind, at least.
Yes, the good trixies are good. And they kind of do a little like spin around, and they like saying like, that's my best trixie.
Bravo, 10 out of 10. I love it. So beautiful. She starts like, she just starts petting him and like nuzzling onto him. She's like, you know, I just can't get enough of you. You know that, right?
They kind of look at you with those big eyes like, why would you have enough of me? I'm all here.
I don't have enough of you. I need more. You know what? This book is dusty. Let's go outside.
You all have a class upcoming. Did you guys want to meet up, chat? There are things that like you have time before your astral bending class that's coming up. For the whole group, I mean.
Quinn would definitely try to find the rest of the ghoulies, since she's been kind of ducked off, just to check in with them and see how they're doing.
Odette is probably somewhere with Dawn, because I'm assuming that they've both been trying to figure out the studying thing together, because they've not been having much luck with essays.
Amelia's great.
Also,
Amelia's doing just fine. She's feeling so great. She's so ready for the end of the year. Thank you so much for asking, Quinn. We appreciate it.
Totally.
Also, we all need to explain the outfits if everybody still wants to do that.
Yeah. So as you guys are like in this castle, like what are you guys wearing?
Fine. Amelia's wearing some khaki pants and a little sweater with some stripes, and she's got her bag on her, and she's wearing tennis shoes, and she's loving life, and her hair is definitely down and slightly disheveled.
Why did I feel that hostility? I loved it.
Me too. I was like smiling so hard behind this thing.
Rania is wearing a plaid overall skirt. It's like overalls, but a skirt. Yeah, it makes sense anyways. With a dark off the shoulder or black off the shoulder top. And I'm assuming she's definitely wearing like platform shoes, because tall ghoulie can't be tall enough, right? And if she were to go outside, she's wearing a green faux fur coat that like comes down around about her knees. So yeah, and she definitely would check on Amelia, because she could probably feel the hostility and be like, Amelia, are you good, friend? And like you look a little tired.
Fine, Rania. Thank you for asking. She's just scrawling away in a notebook still.
And Ronnie was like, well, okay then. I always have some ginger tea if that'll help you too, because that might help some focus if you're nervous about end of the year stuff.
Amelia does a very like, thank you smile, and then just continues to scratch back in her book again.
Rania would definitely feel that energy and just be like side eye, and even Sid would probably pop out of the hair like, okay, yep.
Yes, it just pokes out. Just I'm worried about that one.
Join the crew.
Quinn standing there, obviously watching this interaction. Quinn's wearing this skirt, she's basically in black and yellow, very Bumblebee today. She has her shirt on over like a button-up shirt. She has a yellow tie on, this long, like plaid, black and yellow plaid trench coat, very warm. She's kind of got it on until she gets there, and then she takes it off. Wearing a little black beret and some yellow shades, with her cute little bumblebee sneakers, yellow bumblebee sneakers. And she's like looking at this. She's like, Amelia, are you hungry? Do you need something to eat? You seem like you might be a little hungry.
No, I'm fine. I don't want food. I just haven't been sleeping well. Thank you, though. And she just...
So you need a blanket. Got it. Blanket. Go get the blanket.
Upon
And
hearing
food.
that, Amelia's just gonna do a very subtle eye roll and just... and then she's gonna just drag her parchment and quill and just rotate slightly away and go back to writing intently.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be having a great day, does she?
Yeah, Gwen, I think you're right. We probably should grab that blanket and
Yeah.
some lavender tea instead. Cause
Alright,
someone's...
I'll get the blankets.
Yeah, I'll meet you back in 5.
While they were doing that, Cora
Oh, you go
would
ahead.
emerge from her study nest. She would actually leave the majority of her stuff in said nest, and begin walking towards the direction of their next class. And I'm assuming that the ghoulies are kind of meeting up somewhere on the way of that, since they would have that up next. So she'd be walking and eating and mumbling to herself about all the things that she had just been learning, and then eating some more, and would eventually stumble upon now just Amelia, since the other two had run off to go and get stuff, and almost bumping into her. She'd be like, "Oh, hi."
Hi, Cora. Bye, Cora. And Amelia just keeps walking to class. Head down, just disheveled.
Well, that was interesting. Okay, bye. And
Hearing the bye,
She would-
Amelia would definitely just raise a hand in the air like she was waving, and not a stop, not a turnaround, anything.
You
So,
definitely see Miles and a couple other people, Cora, who's just like walking behind, like making sure that they're not catching up to Amelia, and so they kind of pull you in close and being like, "Yeah, you kind of have to avoid her. She's on a little parade of her own. That one."
what happened? She was fine a couple of days ago. Now, did we do something? Did we take her off? Do you think I should go talk to her?
Dominic is just like, I think they are. I don't think they've been sleeping, from what I can see. They kind of, you see Miles and Dominic do like this with their eyes, like.
Oh, so out of character, would it be possible to do a brains check to see if it would even occur to Cora that the reason she may not be sleeping could have something to do with the Ember Shard as opposed to the stress of end of year? Okay, just had to check, because like I feel like that should occur to her, but
Yeah.
I
Yeah, the
want
last thing that
the-
you guys all know is that you guys put it under the bed, and then that's been it. So, definitely all
After
of
we
you could do
did
that check.
the like spell thing on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
you
definitely
guys are
gonna
pretty much
roll
good.
to see. that too. Yeah, I think that's
Same. What are
smart.
we rolling?
It could be brains.
Okay. Cool. 'Cause I have brain.
Wow, I
What?
think that's the first brain roll that Ronnie has ever rolled poorly on.
What? So I'm not
She's so distracted.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Amelia's attitude is affecting everybody. Oh no, I didn't mean to roll it hidden. That wasn't on purpose. Sorry, it was a
You're
6.
good. Cora, was yours a 6?
Yep.
Oh, no,
I
mine
didn't
was-
mean to.
wait.
No,
no.
ignore the 90. That's stupid. That was not what I wanted.
Wait, I think it rolled mine twice. Hold on, I rolled two.
A 90 brain check.
Clearly,
Wow.
Rania is just so taken aback by Amelia just yelling at her.
Hold on.
Yup.
I do want this to be like-
or Dead stole the brain cell today.
Yeah.
I feel like
I need to
this
re-roll,
would throw everybody off
'cause I rolled
because
2
Amelia
by
is
accident, actually.
very adamant about protecting her friends and being with her friends and like being kind to
Definitely.
everybody.
Yeah, we're talking. What was it? What you said really quick before?
Oh, I was saying I actually rolled 2 D12s, not 1. I was asking, do I need to roll again, or can you just take the 6?
I can take the 6. That's fine.
Okay.
So I have the 6 from you and Cora, 1 from Rania, Odette with the 10. I will say Odette.
12.
Sorry, 12.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you exploded. Thank you. My brain is hurting again. Okay, so really quick. As all of you week by week has been going through, Rania, the exams, everything that's going on, everyone is in their little nest from what it's sounding like. Everyone's like in their little corner and studying and doing things. So anything else that could have indicated that is happening is not. Is like, you know, like you just think it's for sure the exams. Out of everyone in this group, Amelia is the only one that grew up with a null parent who doesn't do magic, who doesn't know about the magical world until this last year. They have always talked about, like, you know, trying to excel and doing like their best and trying to work really hard at it. So everything says to you, it's just the pressure of exams. Quinn and Cora,
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
sorry, my brain, what was I doing? The Cora and Quinn, the number one thing that you'll notice is over the last couple of weeks, their sleep has been like worse and worse. So the first thing you think about is the Emberstone shard. And of course, Odette, I think from the moment like you guys put that in under her bed, there has been like an inkling, like this is an ancient artifact. And you would have thought from like that day, first day one, like for sure, this is going to have a certain effect. How it radiates out, how it pulsates out is something that you guys have all seen in magical items, but Odette, you would know. Magical items seem to have a way to call to people, to work to people, especially if they're broken, if they're powerful, or if they're actually like, you know, fixed, and if they're imbued with the souls of like a founder of the school. This might be the reason why Amelia is a little cranky. You know?
Odette is probably walking behind them, listening to them talk about it with Cora. And she's definitely like, oh.
Yeah, this may not be. I think we need to figure something out.
Maybe she should sleep. Maybe she should sleep in my room for a couple days.
I think she probably need it. At least until what?
I could just knock her out, and we could
could
just
move
make her
it.
sleep
Should we move?
in the bedroom.
Yeah, doesn't it make sense to maybe? I
Probably
mean,
move it somewhere.
I
How
know
is it
there's
not the
more-
exams? Like maybe we should take a study break, guys. Like I
What?
don't.
Wait, hold on. Stop. Did you just say study break?
Well, you see how much she's
When do you
snapping off.
ever take a break from studying?
This
It's
is
just
that-
a
I didn't
thing.
say I would
Day.
take a break.
What is
I didn't
the
say anything
day?
about me taking a break. I said
Oh,
we
understand.
should take a break. And I didn't say that I would stop studying. I said
No.
we should probably consider, what?
Chief, it sounds pretty sus.
Oh, goodness.
Zane's changing you slowly but surely.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, the bad influence.
It has nothing to do with Zayden.
Oh, our
It's
poor
all
baby.
about
We've
Amelia.
lost her already,
Oh,
Quinn.
it's-
Oh, my goodness. You guys
Where
are
did we
just
go wrong?
crazy.
Where did we go wrong? We were such good parents.
Okay, you know what? With that, I think it's time to go to class. And she just walk away, pulling her book out of her bag and being like, can't talk to you guys about anything, and just trying to be nice. And you guys think that I'm trying to talk to Zayden and
I did also want to say, Odette is wearing like a cute little crushed green, like olive green velvet strap dress, and she has tights on, a see-through like black turtleneck underneath because it's friggin' cold, in a castle. She got her tall black boots, and then for a jacket, which she doesn't have on inside, but she's gonna put it on when she gets into the classroom, is like a long faux fur, like trench coat almost, with little stars all over it, and it's like olive green and it's got orange and white, and it's very like dark and moody, very practical magic.
Definitely. I love it. I love the vibe.
Odette also is dramatically fainting into Quinn's arms as Rania runs away.
It's okay. It's okay. We did what we could. We did what we could.
Hand over forehead, very dramatic.
All right. As you all are kind of going to class, I will say, as Amelia, you've kind of headed off. For the rest of you, the four of you, for the last couple of weeks, you've seen like the security staff kind of calm down. A couple of the students have made little jokes. They've said like, "Oh, those are the 5 that like went out," but then eventually they just, kept moving on. Like, how schools do eventually kind of move it under the rug. They still have it. Like, a lot of the older students who don't know you only see you as those kids who like went outside. And what doesn't help that is that once in a while, Arendor would kind of come up to you guys, because even in the last few weeks, nobody has talked to him, said anything to him. So they, especially as you guys are going to class, you see him come up to you guys again. I hope we're not getting into. Well, I hope you all are going to class, if this is what it looks like.
Obviously, we're going to class. We wouldn't be late to class. We're not truants. Are you still walking around, creeping people out?
Odette is definitely like gonna come out of the dramatic faint, and she's gonna just like gently like a way of life from a dog, like you're just like, oh. And she is being sassy, so she's gonna hold her hand out and be like, do you want to walk me there?
No, Miss Asteria.
Please, yes, an escort.
He like walks along with you guys, like with his hands behind his back. You know him as like for the chat. He stands pretty tall with his like hair shaved back, shaved on the sides, and like even like a little cut through his eyebrow, and like a really nice trimmed beard. But with his hands behind his back, he kind of turns to you all just. Well, all students should be escorted, so why not? I wanted to know if you all would avoid the outside again. I remember you weren't truly talkative. Is your friend all right?
Yeah, friend's fine.
Kind of glumpy.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. And as she says that, she's definitely cutting Odette eyes for saying kind of grumpy.
Oh, she didn't say grumpy. She said gwampy. And she
Yeah,
definitely
as she
eyebrows
said-
raising you like.
Amelia cut her the most criminally bombastic side eye ever as she said, "I'm fine, thank you."
You sound fine. I'm convinced.
Sounds fine. And this is the first time Arendor kind of looks at you with the eyes like that one. Looks fine. Yeah. Just to be like, as they're walking, they're like, they say like, just to. You're. As first years, I know that all of you are careful. I need to understand, what else did you, and he's trying to say this like under his breath as people are walking around. The ruins are a dangerous spot, and my wards were broken. So what exactly were you, and he's saying that as like one more person like kind of skips around him. You aren't meddling in things that are above your, and then like another staff member kind of walks and he's just getting really more frustrated. And right before he like stops you guys before the hallway, before your class, he's trying to ask again, like, what were you doing in the ruins? When actually Zayden appears and he puts his arm over, I'm guessing like Rania and Quinn maybe are like at the back, and they kind of like drape their hands over and it's like, hey, maybe you should like leave them alone, you know? Like, maybe you should just calm down and leave them alone. And Arendor, with his face, he's trying to ask this question, looks at all of you and like has this face of pure like, who is this person at Zayden? And they like look at you, Odette, just like, Miss Asteria, I'm talking about serious matters and we have not at all cleared up this conversation for weeks now. And Zayden just keeps trying like, hey buddy, hey, why don't you just...
Oh, Zayden's doing what he does best. Everybody just don't mind him. He just let that man be annoying. He'll annoying him out of here.
Rania would like elbow him a little bit in the side and be like, maybe we should get to class, guys.
They gotta get to class, right? They gotta get to class. And they're kind of like, have their hand on both of your backs, like, yeah, we're going to class, buddy. We're going to class. You understand? That's what we do. We're going to class.
Don't mind him. He's an idiot.
Rania is definitely face palming and like pulling him away, like she's like grabbed him by his midsection, is like trying to drag him away.
You see,
like,
this is how
stop
bad
talking.
these witchlings want to go to class. And Arendor is like, you see a couple people traipsing around him, interrupting his words, like he's like trying to like reach out to you, Odette, Cora, being like, and then every single time he looks at Zayden, his face is just like, who the fuck is this? Like, he's desperately trying to talk with you guys and hasn't had that chance. But I imagine as you're pulling him away, all of you go into that hallway, and Arendor, you just see when you look back, he's just standing at the start of that hallway, just...
I was gonna say that Odette would kind of stop for a second, like mid-step, and just like, we could talk later when it's not class time. Like, as she's being pulled away, like, say that before she's out of sight.
His face kind of, he's grinding his jaw and just like, remember, and then like it starts saying like frustratingly, and you see him like stomp away. Clearly like this older adult who has to deal with like kids, and then this new like student. as you kind of come around the corner, Zayden kind of has a laugh. It's just like, well, little Snoopy that one, isn't he?
What is wrong with you? Where did you even come from?
Zayden, have you
thought you
lost
needed
your
help.
damn mind?
Yeah.
That one was kind of walking around you for like 3 hallways. Thought you needed
You make it more
little bit of help.
suspicious when you try to get us out of it than just letting us get out of it on our own.
From my point of view, I completely helped.
What do you
I feel
want,
like
big
all of
head?
you owe me.
Just come from out of nowhere. What, how can we help you, friend? And she's saying this like
Wow.
sarcastically, like, what the heck is wrong with you?
Well, I can't go into one of your little classes, but and as he's like kind of leaning on you guys, you can see Quinn from their neck is the vial of blood that you gave them, and they're just like, but I got a little bit bored, and then I saw that one kind of following you, so I thought I could come over and just help you out, you know, be a little helpful, at least a little bit.
Appreciate the help, Zayden.
Yeah, appreciate it. Oh, got yourself a little trinket, do ya? She like points at his necklace.
Yeah. Do you have a little
Oh,
bit?
nice.
Are you offering to give me more?
Oh no, not really.
Another time then. Another time.
You still owe me, so don't worry.
Yes, I do. But it's under a little contract, right? And he kind of does a little. So one more, right?
Would
and
you
then
two cut it out?
cut what out?
Like I don't see. Stop it.
You see like a younger student, probably another first year who's sorry, not another first year, like a second year student kind of get out of the class. They're leaving the astral bending class that they just finished, and you see Zayden so like kind of put their hands together like, can I help you really quickly? And the kids just like, what are you talking about? It's like, seems like you need a little help with those grades. And then can they turn to you guys and be like, have a good class? And you see them turn around with this student being like, I could help with a couple of your grades if
This right here, Anya, this is what you like. This is what you want. Okay, well, to class then.
You know, I guess you can't really help who your friends are interested in, I guess.
Listen, okay. Another time. We gotta get to class. We'll talk. Promise.
At least
And then she'll
mine's
look
just
back
a
at
little-
Zayden with all the side eye and be like, and you cut it out.
they kind of like do the kind of like shake as they're talking to this poor second year student who's just like, yeah, I can definitely give you some of that. So if I give you some of that, I can have better grades. And he's like, yeah. It's just, you know, just
Not
a
a
little bump.
fucking con man.
I know.
This is outrageous. Are we watching
How you're
this,
making
this
a
grown
living.
man swindle children?
Technically, he's like 16 in human age. In human age, he's like 16. Come on,
Again,
guys. Like,
this is what you like. This is what you go. This is what does it. Okay.
so can we just get to class, please?
We really did raise this child wrong, Quinn. I don't know where we went wrong.
Oh, here we go. Okay, you know what? I'm just and she
Dog
just storms away, still
Always the
rumbling
wrong
under her
music.
breath.
As you come into this classroom, there are a couple of rooms on the left and right. They're all for different things. There is a big archway door, stone with ritual runic symbols all throughout of it. Like, and as you come down these steps, there is a half circle with stars all around, like a sun, like half of a sun kind of cut out. And then you come to another archway door. But when you come through this archway door, the sound that you hear is less of a room. It doesn't sound like inside. It sounds more like stepping into those rooms, those large rooms in zoos and aquariums where it's completely surrounded by water and that echoing kind of chamber. It's very mystical, and the surrounding area, as you come through, you see a large half circle of stone with the tails of the of a star like protruding out, symbols all throughout. But outside of this half circle, it just dips completely. Blue, dark blue, like light reflecting off of water circle the room. You can smell the grotto. These are one of the rooms that has been is connected to the underground tunnels of the castle. The water smells of the fountain, of the water that goes throughout the caves when you guys first came to the castle. This half circle goes to this small little bridge to another full circle with a ritual sketched out in the center of it. But that is it in this room. It is kind of like Professor X's room in X-Men, where it comes to a central platform and then it's just emptiness and void. But here the emptiness and void is water at the bottom. Professor Arabelle is kind of standing at the middle of that central platform, as he always does, and you see Alabaster, his alligator familiar, kind of coming down the little bridge to meet him there. A couple of students are kind of holding onto the edge to trying to make sure they don't fall into the water. Kid hasn't fallen into the water yet, but the swirling water on the bottom, it's mixed with starlight, and it looks like a sea of space underneath. Nebulas, as if they were typhoons, they or draining down. If you look to the starlight, it could match with the skies above, but when you stare into it, it just swirls in a pattern. Professor Arabelle stands at around 6 foot something. He has tattered clothes. He has gray hair through his hair. And his hair looks like curly hair that's been brushed out. And fully annoyed in his face. His beard hasn't been trimmed in forever. His patchwork jacket and his wand looks as if they haven't been taken care of for a while. But this is your assistant headmaster. He kind of stands in attention with his hands behind his back and his eyebrows furrowed. He has papers, things, homework that people have passed in, submitted in the earlier rooms, but you see him use his wand to clean up anything left. You see someone's leftover robes. Maybe a kid did fall over and their robes are just sitting here, their school uniform, and he just takes his wand and whisks away, not with a care in his at all. Whatever it is, who knows, but he just cleans it up with his wand swiftly. And looks at all of you as you come in. Miles, Leo, Mason, Olivia, Elizabeth, Nolan, they're all kind of coming in with you, kind of avoiding Amelia a little bit, but they're also saying hi to all of you. But as soon as they see Professor Arabelle, they're quiet. Leo kind of goes over to Quinn, is like, "Hi, Quinn," and Nolan kind of excitingly says hi to Odette and Cora, before seeing Professor Arabelle's face and being like, he kind of looks to all of you and just
Cough, cough.
Rania would definitely be in the smart aleck she is, be like, someone else needs a study break too.
Oh, speaking of study break, Quinn goes and gives Amelia the blanket. I almost forgot to give you this. Here, this is one of the very plush ones. I brought it from home. Favorite blanket.
Thanks. And she just
No
grabs
problem.
it and sets it beside her.
Is it morning or is it afternoon right now?
I will say morning for now.
Okay. She's definitely gonna like see her professor and go, "Good morning, professor," before she like sits down.
Miss Asteria?
Rania would say good morning as well, but she would be like, I was gonna give this lavender tea to Amelia, but you could use a little pick me up, and she just hands him the tea and like scoots off to her seat.
Amelia, sensing them treating the professor like they're treating her right now, she would just look at the professor and just do this like very confused, I don't know, like eye roll shrug kind of combination of like, I don't know why they're doing this, but they're doing it kind of thing, because she's just cranky and doesn't understand what's going on still.
He looks incredibly annoyed that you brought tea into his like classroom. But he just nods it before he like waves his wand, and you see the tea kind of float up and all the way back into the other room. He's never like, what is it? He kind of looks at you and just says, Miss Valtoros. Are we all settled in?
Ready to go.
Well, you have your standard exams coming up in a couple of weeks. I don't know if any of you are up to snuff to pass any of it, especially with the grades that you have in my class currently. But I guess we can try and attempt to get a passing grade.
Oh, that's very
Cora would
uncomfortable.
Yeah, Cora would kind of gulp nervously.
Rania will be real confused, like, is an A not good enough?
Amelia's thinking very mean thoughts. She's gonna be quiet for right now.
He kind of walks around and dims the lighting on the ritual circle. Right now it's like this teal bright as the swirling water underneath kind of comes to a halt, a still. He takes his wand and swishes it left and right, making like, you know, certain things fly up, certain things go around. And what you can see from the end is the doorways kind of close, and everything from the outside, the students, Zayden possibly making deals, Arendor, like other security staff, any noise that was coming in from the hallway kind of immediately escape. And you are in this silence, this room. Typically in your astral bending classes in the past, you have done coursework, understood building little portals. That's why you guys were able to do that little portal before to get to your Ethics of Arcane class, which was well done. It is actually one of the hardest classes you could take because it takes great amount of magic and grit and if he had stats, his grit would be a 20, because he was also the one who held up that other realm, the other like bubble world for your ball. So when that chandelier was, falling down, it was him holding everything in place. So it is, at least for first years, a lot of the study has been theoretical, and a couple of classes have been to start opening up portals, and maybe he started with like your first technical class was starting a portal maybe like the size of a little coin, and then trying to hold it, and then trying to build it, and then making sure like where you're going is where you're supposed to be, like where you're trying to go. You could make a portal, but if it goes to like in between walls and things like that, that's scary. That's not what you want to do. And sometimes you don't know, because you're stepping into the portal and you can't really know what's on the other side. And only a very skilled Wiccan of his level can create as many portals, things like that, outside of the island. For visits, for traveling, for the recent trip the Stitchcraft Social did, he was the one who organizes the visits outside. Pretty much he's the one who helps people like travel outside of the island that has a lot of warding magic around it, so that people really can't get in. So it's a very difficult class. Today seems no different, but this time, instead of the rooms fill typically you're not in this central area, you're in one of the rooms before it, sitting down doing theoretical stuff. This time looks like he's just getting this started. He has this long stick with the chalk at the end of it, and it is bright blue chalk, and you see him pass through around it, and he kind of like whispers aloud, and you just see Alabaster's big alligator mouth go like that, and a couple like Elizabeth just like like scared, like completely didn't realize like Alabaster was right there. And you just hear Professor Arabelle's like, all right, stop teasing the children, finish the circle with me. And you see this albino alligator kind of stomp their way to the other circle, and their toes kind of dip into the chalk, and you see them like finish out the circle into a brighter one. The edges of the circle have like these half moons, where he starts pointing like that long chalk pole to each of them. All of you stand in front. Stand with your groups if you wish. I don't care, miss. Just stand where you need to. Mr. Anderson over there, pointing to like Dominic, and Dominic, Mason, Ethan, and Leo, they're just like kind of like tripping over each other to get to a group. They're like, and he just like, I don't care, just stand together behind one of those circles.
Cora would look around to the ghoulies to make sure that they were all grouping up.
Yeah, Odette would also be walking up to one of the circles, just like looking at everybody and like waving them towards her.
Ronnie is definitely joining them as well.
Amelia's begrudgingly joining them and standing back in the back.
I'm about to spray Amelia with water, like a cat.
Quinn walks
You're about to get misted, girl.
Quinn walks down, but she actually goes to join Ethan and Dom.
Definitely. The professor kind of steps around with the long the long chalk and starts writing down ritual circles around it. He looks to all of you, and he doesn't ever like meet your eyes. Alabaster is pink and white, very cute, but also like a big alligator, so it's taking up space on this large circle. But right before you see her kind of get to the corner, and Professor Arabelle just like nudge them with their foot, and you see this alligator kind of swim straight down off this platform into the water. Sorry, my brain is loading. He kind of does it very haphazardly, like does not care kind of thing. But he kind of turns to you all and does not, without a care for like where Alabaster went, kind of looks to y'all, just says, you have a couple of weeks before your exams. Now, first years are not subject to astral bending testing because of the very dangers all of you might present yourselves in. Half of you might be in another country, another of you might be in a wall somewhere that we cannot find. So testing typically, well, is not usually done. But I think all of you are qualified enough. Maybe. If Miss Valtorres can stop reading a book once in a while, maybe they're qualified enough out of all of you to hold a teleportation portal, an astral portal, wrong enough to hold? I don't know. But today we're going to try it. We're going to work on the magic, what it takes to hold a portal, and travel. Now, there are a couple of different areas here. Astral bending magic is difficult magic. You are bending time and space. You are manipulating the very air itself to build a wormhole. All of you know the different types of magic. Astral magic is based on space and the ever-expanding cosmos. It is quite difficult. So a lot of you can, if you are hoping for a career in this work, invest in a lot of good chalk. And he kind of finishes up a circle, and you see him put his hands together with his wand, like against it, like a blade, and you see him kind of cut through a circle, like struggling to do so. And he cuts open something that warps into blue and yellow, and you can't really see what it is. For those who are near, you can roll me a brains and maybe you can see something else. And he starts doing that 3 or 4 times until there is like 4 portals around. Was that Rania's check too?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know
I'm
if
trying to
Quinn...
roll, but my stuff is freezing, frozen, whatever.
You're good. I will say, Rania and Quinn, or you don't hear anything, but from your height, you can smell what smells like ocean water. And but Quinn and Rania, each of the different portals, and Odette, each of the different portals sound and feel like different areas of the world. One of them smells like a beach, and you hear like a seagull kind of cawing in the distance, and like hot summer day and like sunscreen lotion. The other ones smell like distant air, like worlds. The one that he took the hardest time to carve out, I will say, Rania, you know this, it smells like brimstone and cinder and like ash kind of flying through it. Maybe like a wisp of it kind of flies out of it and kind of dissipates in the air here. Now, observe closely. What we're going to do is take all the theoretical knowledge that you've studied over the weeks and all your homework and possibly a quiz later on, and apply it. To do this kind of magic, you need to will everything into your endurance. astral bending is about bending the plane itself. So if you are planning to go somewhere specific, bending the planes requires you to know where you're going. You cannot just travel to some place that you have not seen before. Now, you can have incredible knowledge about an area and still travel to it without having been there once. But it's difficult and dangerous. And he kind of pulls his sleeve back, and you see a couple scars on his hands, and you see he's like, if you can't trust, if you don't know where you're going, well, sometimes you can't trust what's on the other side. So, this is what we're going to do for today. There are 4 portals in here. I want you all to look into them, see what you're seeing, take note of what they are, and I want you to replicate them. A couple of them are easy. They're easiest for you. If you can even get a pinhole into that world, just enough for us to look into and hold it, you have done well for today. I'll be surprised if that happens, but your plan is to just try. You've probably messed with doing our last couple of classes. You've probably opened up portals to rooms or areas within the same plane. That is quite difficult, but this is going to be different. We're trying to do whole other regions and areas. So, all of you, take your time, look through the portals, see, take notes, and we will get started.
Rania would tense at the smell of the brimstone, and listening to her professor, she knows exactly which one she's going to try to open. Given that technically she has a cheat code, in a sense. So, yeah, she's going to definitely do that one.
Well, he just wants you to kind of look around and take notes on each of the different worlds that are there. For a, if you're looking for the brimstone one, what is Rania doing?
She's just gonna see, like, walk around to see if she can find it and look down and see if it looks familiar to what she has already seen. Or try to see if there's more that she hasn't explored. So she's gonna definitely take note of that particular circle.
Yeah, you've messed with, like, I'm guessing you're alluding to, like, demonic circles in the demonic realm, but has your family actually, like, went to the demonic realm? I don't know if that's something.
No, she definitely wants to go, but, you know, given that her family are, like, alchemists, she tries to be as subtle as possible messing with these things.
Okay, great. So I'll say with the 17, this is one of the harder ones to get through. You notice that it is a realm, an area in the demonic realm for sure, but it is nothing. It's like off the coast area. You can see from this viewpoint, there are broken down cars, rusting everywhere. There's a wind in the air that seems to even just tear apart the metal off the cars. It is like decaying constantly. You can whatever figures there are, they're kind of like scavengers, kind of hunting for certain couple things, and they run off wherever this was created. Anything that was coming up close to it, you can see that they are too afraid of what this portal is, what this like doorway is, to kind of come closer enough to it, and there's enough force and pull that they kind of like scurry off, and that's what you can see from inside there.
Cadet wants to, like, walk up to each one and kind of peer into each one and see if any of them feel particularly pulling to her. Like, while she has her notebook and, like, writing notes down so she can...
The first one is this bright sunny day on a beach. Crystal blue water. There is a house at the edge of the water. This looks to be like Southern America. Don't know where exactly from it is, but there is a like closer by there's like a picture of like a sign with like an alligator on it, and as the water is kind of coming through you, it's just refreshing. It's a very nice sunny like day. The second, you see the same, you don't see as much detail, the force and energy from the one that smells like brimstone. It kind of dries your throat immediately. And I will say it kind of pushes you away from seeing a lot of stuff, but it smells like burnt char. It smells like charcoal, like that has been gone too far, and you can still smell it under your nostrils. The third one, it is it's definitely another realm. I will need a check to see how much you see in this, because as soon as you get really into it, Professor Arabelle is just like, careful what you step yourself into. And the fourth one, it looks like you are looking from behind a window. And as soon as you kind of like reach into it, that fourth one that you kind of peek in, you see a couple other heads kind of peeking in, like Dominic and everyone, and all of you are kind of in a cabinet in like a store.
What would you like me to roll to learn more about the third one?
Give me brains.
Okay. A 9.
You see like a sea of like nebula stars and comets kind of like waving through, and there is like, as soon as you poke in, like Professor Arabelle kind of puts like his like long chalk so that you don't fall in. He was like, and you realize why is because as soon as you look down, it's just a drop in space.
Odette is very interested. She's terrified, but also is like, oh my god, like that's so fucking cool. That would be the one that I think she would try whenever they do. I think that would be the one she would try to open.
Great. Does anybody else do anything else? I can keep going if
Sorry, you go ahead, Nay.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Cora is just mostly peering into the one that appeals to her to the most, which would definitely be the beach, and seeing or thinking about how this would probably be the easiest one, and if she has any chance of actually succeeding, this might be this might have to be the one that she tries.
There is another one, I'll say, but Professor, like, he only like did it by half, and I'll say, Amelia, you would recognize this from your first lesson with Professor Devereux, because you immediately see like a shadow kind of come through and cut through it, and he's not really happy about it. Like, it's like, and he kind of describes really quickly as he goes through each of the portals and says, like, if you're going to somewhere specific, And a realm that you are familiar with, the rules are easier. You're messing with rules that you're familiar, like you understand. There are oceans that are blue, skies that are gray on overcast days, grass is green, dirt is brown. But in realms that you don't know, the rules are different. The people are different. A couple of you know that we have visitors from different realms. They are different from us. They act different, live different, are different, because they are from a world of different rules. A couple of them are easier to put together, and he kind of indicates the portals that indicate like the bookstore and the beach. And then as he goes to the other ones, he's like, others, they're trickier. To hold a portal into those worlds, you need not only strength, but you need to understand how they work. Demonic realms are treacherous because everyone in that realm is too excited to leave it. So if you open a door into that realm and just freely keep it unlocked, well, you don't know what can come out of it. People who reside in the demonic realm are too happy enough to walk through. Some realms exist and live on one day. A couple of you have experience in the shadow realms, and your classes might have taught you about it, but the rules there are very precise. Land becomes sea, and sea becomes land, depending on the light of the sun. That's dangerous. If you made a portal into a certain part of the world that can disappear within a moment, well, you don't know what you're actually stepping into every single time. And if you're going into the astral plane, our plane, this plane, the rules are consistent, but they are hard on those who need air to breathe, who cannot survive without oxygen or cannot travel without anything around our bodies. So if you're running into the astral plane tomorrow, are you sure you're prepared for that trip? So as you're doing this, understand what you're going into. I will not stop you from trying to attempt the harder difficulties. It will probably prepare you for the worst, but you have enough classroom instruction to understand which one would be best for you, so you should be able to do what you need. He starts like finishing up the last couple of runes on there, and you see in front of you, like as all of you're all around this circle and those half moons are there, this beam of like magical energy come up like a shield. And he says like, all right, choose what you are trying to practice for, and we will see what you accomplish. Now, I'll go around, and Quinn, I know you're with Mason and Ethan. Ethan and Dom, I can't remember. They're kind of with you, and you, Ronnie, I don't know who you're with, but tell me who wants to start, and we can go from there.
Amelia, being as grumpy and unhappy as she is definitely going for that Shadow Realm portal. She knows it's going to be super difficult and not an easy task at all, but she's feeling so determined and motivated because she is so angry right now. And I shouldn't say angry because she's not angry, but you know, like that feeling of just being like frustrated and overstimulated and just everything coming down on you. So I definitely think that's what she's pulling to.
Yeah. This is perfect. So we'll do this and then we'll go for a break because I need to go get a little bit more medicine. Okay, so it's going to be a high DC to do something, but let me know what you're trying to do. The professor kind of shows you different ways on how to build a portal. You can use your wand to kind of direct energy, like a circular, like air kind of blowing circles. You can use your wand as a knife cutting through realms. There's multiple ways that you can do this. The Shadow Realm is quite difficult, so it is a high DC. But if you're trying to do something very small, it might not be that high. So,
Before she does this, could she also go to the portal itself and just like, not like poke her head fully in, but like look at it, get the feeling of it, like really get the full vibe of it? Would you like for me to like roll a DC check or anything for that?
I will give you like information if you want more specifics, like things to help you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of what she's looking for, is anything that would kind of like help direct her, like get her started.
Yeah, I will say like the DC would be like a 10.
Okay. Is this just a brains check?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you want me to roll or describe what I do first?
Describe what you do first. I will look to hear.
Okay, I rolled at the same time. That's excellent. So after she walked up to the portal and like got the full vibe of it and everything, she would definitely try to find like a very like solemn, alone place in the room, because like to me, to Amelia, the whole thought of being in the Shadow Realm is to be alone, to be present, to see the darkness, to just feel that like kind of like angsty teen vibe. So she would definitely like go to like a lone part of the room, and she would just spend everything she had like building on the overstimulation, the lack of sleep, feeling her friends trying to like help her but being angry because she doesn't know why she's so upset, and just like all of the pressure from school. And she would just take her wand out and just like sit for a good minute or two, and then just try to like form like a very small portal in front of her with her wand, and almost using it to like a cross diagonal motion. Like she would bring her hand from the bottom like left side of her torso and like kind of bring it up through the air to try and just make it like the tiniest riff in like the realm and try and make like a portal for it.
You did get a 12, so I will say that you're looking into this realm. The rules of this realm, you felt it, like, you know, as soon as a light shines on something and the shadow disappears, that space disappears. And those who reside in this world have to reside, like, live with those kind of rules. They can have farms, homes, things like disappear within moments. So it's not really a great place to live. But that in itself is a constant. You can understand, like, from looking in this realm, you can create a shadow, a constant shadow with your portal. If you can cast magic that also, like, casts light around it, there would always be land or something under it in the shadow realm. Does that make sense? Like, if you make, like, a little portal that has light beams all around it, anything under it would be land in that realm. It would be a real corporeal thing. There are also in the world, they're like have like more suns than like we are used to. So how often they move and how you can never calculate that, because that could constantly change, but you know that there's always going to be something there. So something that you would see in this realm is if you are creating the light and you are the source of the light, the better you can control the corporeal, like the actual items around you, but the better you can control what isn't around you. So any shadow creatures, anything like that would be around you, anything that could make a portal harder to kind of form, you can use like the darkness or things like that around it with your magic to kind of dispel them away, like how those shadow creatures kind of disappeared. Those are kind of the consistent rules of this realm, right? So you can use that to make it easier. And easy enough. You kind of can see the inside of the Shadow Realm. So my brain.
I imagine
You know what-
upon seeing it, she would just be like, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!" She's holding her wand midair. Her other hand is just like slightly raised with it, and she's just like in shock. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Professor Arabelle! Professor Arabelle! Professor Arabelle! And she like starts yelling it so that because she doesn't want the like the portal to like slam closed before he can see it and give her her grade. So she's like rapidly trying to get his attention. Like, I did it. Look.
I will say this is what you're seeing. Yeah, sorry. The 12 was for to see like the rules in the world to do it easier, right? So,
yeah, my bad. I think I just misunderstood.
You're good. I will say, for you to do this, I won't make you roll for it, but this is really hard to kind of make like a big portal to it. So you want to do like a smaller one, right? That's what from your description.
Like literally just like a little. I don't want to say like the time riff in like movies, but you know, like the way that it looks like the split in like when people like are just creating a random portal, something like that, but just like a very tiny sized version of it.
Okay.
Like less than a notebook size.
Give me a grit check. You are also very tired, so I'm going to say it's with disadvantage.
Oh no.
Just because it's really difficult. But yeah, you know all this information, so damn.
Oh, the disadvantage.
That's not the disadvantage isn't even okay.
We also have points.
The warping energy around you, yeah, you have 4 points. As you're all in class, and you just hear Amelia being like, Professor, you see the professor kind of going over to Amelia. Odette, what are you trying to do?
She's trying to do the like breathing version of opening up the portal, but I have an idea, but I wanted to run it by you before I base the idea off of it. I was going to say rolling charm, because the way that I was going to do it is like you know how when you start a fire, you blow into your hands with a little bit of kindling, and you're kind of coaxing the fire to grow. She's gonna like do that sort of thing, and when she blows it out of her hands, it's almost gonna look like a aurora, like the greens and the purple smoke, as she like blows it towards and tries to get it to open to that space. Like portal. She's not doing it very big, probably just like a window, like a round window size.
Okay. I will say, yeah, roll charm to coax that portal that kind of, as you said, open. I will say though, it is for the astral plane, it will be like I'll say 10 to try and get it open, 15 to see if you get it as big enough as you want it. And then I'll need a grit check to see how well you hold it, but give me that charm check first.
Okay.
With an 11, this flame, this kind of aurora beam kind of comes out of your wand. First kind of cutting through like a cookie cutter, slowly. It doesn't get as big as you want, but it does kind of poke through. And the first thing that indicates to you that you've reached to another plane, as this magic kind of escapes you, and pulls you in is that the air is kind of like, you see it kind of almost being pulled into this this little hole. And as it does, Professor Arabelle kind of motions like away from like Amelia to like you, as you can hear like the shh, kind of like the air kind of going away, and like utter silence on the other end. Give me a grit check.
Well, I can add the coins to it if I need to.
You don't have enough coins.
No?
No.
Damn. Okay.
I
couldn't think of what they're called right now. Vert tokens, yeah.
Yeah, like I understand them. It stays for enough to get enough of the air before it like collapses on itself. Dominic, people who are kind of next to you, you guys could see this. You could probably feel the pull of it, like somebody opened, like popped, like a hole into the fabric of reality kind of thing. Like that's what it feels like as the air is kind of pushed into the astral plane. But as soon as it stops, you just feel like the air settling. You see like Miles just kind of looking at it, and no, even though it didn't hold for as long, you did successfully kind of make a portal to the other to the realm of your choosing.
Odette's gonna be pretty disappointed that it didn't stay open very long, but she's gonna still be a little excited that she was able to open a portal of that stature, I guess, even for a little bit.
Quinn would see this and be super excited to try, because her and Odette were both looking at the same portal. But I did want to roll a brain, see if it's okay to roll a brains to see what Quinn kind of could gather from the portal before trying it. Is that okay?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, I thought I nodded.
Okay, I go to 6. What is with these 6s today?
I know. You have 4 points. You can use it to get a 10 if you want. But
No, I'll take the 6.
okay. With the 6, the different circles and things that he's created on the bottom, you can see each of them have different crystals. A lot of the magic in this world have crystals. Even like Odette's wand has like a crystal, I believe. So at least for this realm, balancing like crystal magic and like making sure that you are you can't really know a location, unluckily, in the astral plane, because it's space. You're just going from like one area behind the moon to, you know what I mean? Like it's really hard to get location in a 3D kind of like, is it 3D? Yeah, right? Like because you're kind of like floating. So you're using crystals. In like the ritual circle, you can see Professor Arabelle has like 3 points, like A, B, and then C, like in a triangle like formulation, and kind of makes like the X, Y, and Z coordinates of where to go. The other things that you could see is if you can calibrate it enough and you understand like where certain latitude, longitude, and like the Z coordinate is, you can get to the right location consistently if you want to always go to the dark side of the moon, you know, like if you want to do that. But to help for this role, to help for you to make a portal, you need to visualize just how Paige described it, like the aurora beam of light. Like seems like this ever expanding light, but you're just like coaxing it to expand and expand, which is the full theme of that realm.
Perfect. Okay, so I think after Quinn sees what happens with Odette, she's gonna go for the method of like ripping it, because in her mind this is almost the same. When he's like she just think fabric and time. Fabric, okay, sewing, I can rip things. So she kind of just goes with her for her wand to try to do that method, but keeping in mind like the what she noticed. That would be a grit roll. She's gonna kind of just basically like she's ripping fabric, cutting fabric.
I can take grit, definitely grit. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You have 4.
I will. I'll use all 4 of them. It's okay. For the 8. They heard me complain about the 6, and he was like,
yeah,
oh, okay.
I think it was
Well,
just
then.
like, oh, here you go
like
then.
6s. Oh, okay, you don't like 6s?
Yeah. Let me help you there real quick. Now you got an 8. We changed it up. Give me a brawn check too, if you can.
Okay, sure can. Sorry, I have turned the screens up and oh no.
I'm gonna give you a point back. The ripping is such a great concept. I want to reward that because that is really, really cool. And it works enough, like the knife of the wand that like Professor Arabelle comes through, and you see like a curtain of like reality kind of open up a little bit. But as that like space and the astral space is kind of pulling everything in, you're using all of your strength to kind of rip it. But it's not enough. So you see it kind of come together, and this warping energy kind of pull everything in to the point that even Professor Arabelle is like, oh, wait, kind of like completely surprised.
I don't think I can hold this much longer.
Oh, and he's just kind of like trying to get to your area. I don't know if Shawnee, you're back. But I will quickly say.
She said she was.
Okay, sweet. Professor Arabelle had come over, and you had gotten a small enough hole into the shadow realm to the point that you can see the light and darkness kind of coming through, and you've successfully kind of just got a pinprick into the realm, and you're seeing it all come through as like Professor Arabelle dashes from you to Quinn to kind of calm down the rip and tear that's like occurring. It's not like this like huge thing where he's worried, but you see him wave his wand, and you see like stitch work kind of come through as it starts sewing the pieces together, and he like first kind of starts like. It sounds like he's yelling at you. He's like, how dare you risk the lives, like for a moment, but there's this air in his voice, Quinn, that sounds like you've impressed him, because it was quick, that how quickly everything like shifted at once, and he didn't think you would be able to kind of pull it apart so swiftly.
Sorry. It just looked so cool when you did it.
Cool is not how we measure magic. If Miss Castell isn't trying to get us all swimming into the astral plane by the evening, I will still mark it as a success. And you see him kind of like etch something with his wand, and a letter go up onto like the air, and that kind of disappear as if that's like your grade for the day. I want to like as he's like stitching this up, I'm just gonna rush through just because of time and things like that. So if you guys, as you guys are trying to get a pinprick into your worlds, and Cora, you're trying to get into the beach, and slowly as that happens, the whirlpool underneath starts spinning over and over and over. You see Alabaster trying to come up for air before Professor Arabelle is like, what's going on, and kind of looking over. The seam that they put on to the like opening that happened with Quinn kind of unfurls, and Professor Arabelle just looks to all of you and says, wait a minute, before the room starts shaking, and you all, like, as you're in your different little portals, you see for a second, 1, 2, 3, boom, you're on, like, in a antique store. You see Dominic next to you, Odette kind of being like, wait, what's happening? And before he kind of blips out of view, the other students are kind of disappearing into this like store. You see books on the shelves. You see a person with like green skin and long ears kind of like put stuff on the shelves and be like, can I help you? And as she says that and finishes, the person who was in front of them kind of blip away. Professor Arabelle like appears like, hold on 1 second, the room is calibrated poorly, 1 second, and then like he blips out of view, and all 5 of you are kind of in different parts of this store. Right before she kind of turns to all like, what is happening? How may I help you? Just, are you all right, dearies?
You said that we came in a store. Are we on the shelves, or are we just like in the store?
You're in the shelves practically, like if there was a space or stuff, like you see the door kind of opened and you're kind of there, and she's like opening the door just like, you might need to get out of that.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
Where? Amelia's mood has like almost entirely changed. She is now so confused and so concerned. And she just looks and she's like, what?
I think this is what we practice. Are we practicing a different part of class? Because I don't.
Is this another quiz?
Oh no, I didn't study for another quiz.
You hear like a voice of Professor Arabelle just being like, return back immediately, like wait, like something like that out, like but it seems like a disembodied voice for a second. The lady who's like attending to the store kind of looks at you, Odette, and just like, your hair is purple, dear, do you know that? Before 1, 2, 3, boom, you're in another room. It looks like a chamber. It has like creeping vines, things all over the walls, and the outside sounds like it's raining and pouring outside, and everything like from there you just hear like thundering sounds crashing. Before 1, 2, 3, boom, it blinks again, and you're in another part where it looks like an underground like room with like moss growing on the walls.
Okay, who's sitting on their wand? Who's doing this?
Professor Arabelle. This is such a funny joke.
I'm with you. I don't think it.
Guys, I don't think this is a game. I think something's going on.
We said, how do we get back?
How do we
guys, try to stay together, and maybe we can make a portal back.
Yeah, I think we should try that. I think, with all 5 of us, we should be able to put enough concentration in and open it up and get back to class. I'm sure he's freaking out, but if we freak out too, we're not gonna get anywhere.
I swear to God, if I get in trouble again for this and it wasn't even my fault, I'm gonna be so upset.
You know, I think this might be one of those rare exceptions that we don't ever get. So, you know, the best thing we can do is stay calm and get back to school.
I think everything I have to stay calm right now.
Not the 3 evil GM moments. I didn't even say anything.
It just feels like something you've done.
The roll with no words afterwards really felt spicy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been saving all of my things up in channel too, just for something like this, just so you know.
Yeah, I wanted to do more like classroom stuff, but we have stuff to do today, so I'm just going to push us forward. The room around you is dim except for a couple of lanterns that look like they're magically lit up. You see like a couple of passageway to the south of you, and this room has like a couple of pillars, cracks on the ground, and what looks to be like just dripping like stuff on the walls. It looks underground, and you are just for some reason in this room. The passage on the bottom, like you can't really hear anything unless like you do a check, but there's nothing that from this point like looks to be like disturbed, or like it just seems like a quiet room.
I'd like to do a check to see if I can hear anything. Or see
I
anything.
see anything. We're all very confused. I'm looking around at this point, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, are we rolling brains, Moss?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna not roll. I'm freaking out right now.
Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, clearly
I
the
see nothing.
universe.
It's very dark. It is
We're
very
all,
dark
like,
wherever we
not
are.
here.
What the heck?
Oh.
Let's go.
So Quinn got 1, Rania got 1 more adversity token, Amelia got 1 more adversity token.
Everybody's getting adversity tokens today.
I'm gonna say, Cora, you
I'm
are
real
probably
tired
the
of looking
only
at
one.
in the face.
Yeah, you're real tired of looking at adversity.
I mean, Cora is a
Put that on a
goblin.
shirt.
Does dark vision help here?
That's exactly what I thought. I was like, well, she's
I-
a goblin. That makes total sense.
Yeah, I will say, I don't know if the dark vision applies, but I'll say that like with your goblin abilities, like especially in this dark of night, like something that you're kind of attuned to, that your family's kind of attuned to, is seeing a little better at night. You know, it could be helping for, you know, those kind of heists and things. But hey, so what you see right now is on the walls, there seems to be flags and like banners of purple and green, and the smell of the water that's dripping is much like the smell of the water in the grotto that like fills the fountain, like that same cave water smell that you guys like have like seen and smelled like in the castle. So wherever you guys are, you are for sure, like at least Cora, what you can see and smell and feel is you're not too far from the castle at all.
Can I pull my wand out and try to like cast like an illumination from it?
Heck yeah.
Give us more light. What would you like me to roll for that? Brain?
I'm going to say brains, yeah. Actually, give me brains, yeah, but like,
Panic.
give me a grit too. I can take grit
Panic.
as well.
It's fine. No, I don't even need to roll a grid. I already know I'm tired. Do you see my brain check? I'm exhausted. I form no light. My wand is just a stick of needles. I'm just joking. I am rolling it. Don't punish me. I'm rolling it.
Punish me, I'm rolling it.
So when you try to intellectually try to put a light together, it flickers from the tip of your wand. But with grit at a 9, let me give you another point. This enduring light of blue start coming out and pulsates to this strong glow with the rim of it being red and then yellow at the edge, like you have a flame right at the tip of your wand. In about 5 minutes, I need another grit roll to see how long that holds up. And while you're under here, y'all, I will say, for everyone else who rolled a 1 in perception, give me a grit check. So Quinn, Rania, and Odette.
I didn't roll a 1.
I mean, Quinn and Rania.
I was like, wait a second, don't let me in there.
No, wait,
I don't want
gotta-
that. Oh!
I'm throwing this whole dice tray away.
You know, just put it in
Do a
dice
quick
jail. They
refresh,
can use
yeah.
that.
Is that another
Okay,
1
yep,
and a
no,
2?
the whole set is just going straight to jail.
This is.
I don't like to
unacceptable.
I always struggle with like grit checks because pretty much it's telling you what you feel, and I struggle with that because that's like less player agency. But the
Oh no,
sweat
I'm fully
on
accept I'm
the
freaking out.
yeah, the sweat that is on the back of your neck is kind of running down. You feel the heat, the steam, under like a shudder kind of through the back, through your back. If there is a feeling of someone kind of behind you, for a moment, it feels like that. Like your Quinn, Rania, it feels like there's something just like right in the corner of your eye. That is how you're feeling on how you're holding up right now.
Annoyed.
I don't care what we do. We just need to get out of here, all right? I don't like being this. No, I don't like this. Can we please just find a way to get out of here, please?
Well,
I couldn't agree more.
We could try a portal back instead of trying to navigate our way around.
Maz, I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
Small questions. One, how dark is it? Even
Very
with the light. Very, like, almost.
Yeah,
Like-
like dungeon with a little light, like lantern.
Okay.
Like, and then with Amelia's light, it's pretty bright around there. Like, imagine she has the big flashlight now, like the
Okay.
pro flashlight.
Oh, I see. Okay, now you're speaking.
Got a
terms that I
content warning.
understand. Yeah, I got you.
Mhm. I got you.
And are there any doors in this room?
No doors in this room. If you're looking at 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴, it is like a rectangular room, and then there's like a passage in the bottom that has like open door. No, open passageway, no door.
Okay. Odette is also going to be a slight bit paranoid. She's okay right now because the light that Amelia has, but darkness is her deep fear, and being blind is her deepest fear. And so she's definitely like, she's uncomfortable at this moment. But
Okay.
she's gonna look down and be like, we could either try to make another portal back, or we can go down.
If we make a portal back, we can try, but we definitely need some more light in here. I don't know if anyone, if we want to try again to get some more light, because it's definitely dark in here.
Cora would volunteer. I think I remember a little what was it called? It was something to do guiding light from a conjuring lesson we learned a few months ago. And she would stop herself, and she's like, well, let me see if I can remember how to do it. And she would so you're kind of picture just like a little sentient ball of light that's supposed to guide you in your darkest times, and it's just supposed to, I don't know, it's just a little light friend.
Yeah, this could be could be flight. I like the guiding light. Could be flight, or charm if it's like a little sentient thing. Yeah.
We're gonna do flight. We'll check and make sure I got any bonuses. I do have bonuses. Look at that.
Look at it.
Wow, and boy, oh, wait. Is that a 9? Oh, that looked like a 2. I was about to be really upset. And then I would also like to add any adversity tokens if it's or if that makes a difference.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Within 11, you have a light that probably like any one of your who has like parents who are magical have taught you how to make this light as a kid. And it's very cute and tiny, but like within 11, I'll say that it's really strong and it comes out kind of whizzing out from your wand, Cora, and around you in a circle. Amelia, you have that big light now, and Cora, you have this like little sentient light that's kind of like bobbing around.
I just wanted to let you know I rerolled the grit check.
The flame is kind of like dying slowly, so you don't have a lot of time on it. It's like, you know, like when a fire is dying out, a campfire. I will say that you have less than like a minute on this fire if you want to use it to get through this passageway. Not gonna leave a mark, I promise. It's just light. Did you guys want to do something specific here?
I think we should. Let's try for the portal. Let's see if maybe we can make one, and if not, try to go down that corridor there. If Rane can like try to barely make out where the lights are pointing.
I imagine the light is getting weaker because Amelia is just like starting to get like feel that tired feeling again. Like the adrenaline is somewhat kind of slowing down a little bit for her, and so she's like definitely starting to feel it. The light is like diminishing for her, just like her wand. Send hope. I don't know how much longer I can hold the light if we keep going.
Yeah, let's work on this portal.
Okay.
So
give me astral bending is either grit or brawn. So tell me what you guys are trying to do, and if you guys are gonna try to work together on this, we can try and do that.
Question, would the little guiding light require constant concentration, or once it's there, because it's sentient, it kind of takes on a life force of its own until you're guided out?
Yeah, I think it's because it's like a little bobbing light. I don't think it requires concentration compared to like a flame on the tip of a wand. So I would say it's kind of like just kind of like floating around.
Okay. Then in that case, Cora would speak up. She's like, well, I think our best chance might be if we all pull together and use our magic to make a portal. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Hearing that, Amelia's just gonna like, not like flick her wrist, but like kind of like snap the wand slightly and just put the light out and just like say what strength she does have. She's feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
I just don't. I figured we were all gonna work together on the portal, but I don't know what they just rolled. What they were rolling.
I rolled a grit.
Yeah, same. I rolled a grit
check as well.
Oh, are we doing grit? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, astral bending is grit or brawn.
Yep,
Okay,
I
yeah,
sure rolled a grit.
Sure.
Oh, I exploded.
Could I have my
look, I
adversity
didn't get it.
tokens? Because
Yeah.
a 1, there ain't no way that's helping anybody.
So I got
One
a
is so sad.
25.
Jeez,
Oh,
my gosh.
Jeez. Wait,
Of course, I ain't scared of nothing. I want my snacks.
Yeah, no, she has to get back to the
Well,
snacks.
like,
It's
when
been like a
I'm
whole
going
hour
to-
since we had any.
It's going to be a 15 plus 7 because you don't add modifiers when you re-roll.
Oh, okay. Well, then
yeah.
that's fine. That's 22 out of 12, so
Yeah, thank you for the math.
I ain't mad at that.
Yeah, 22, 16, this is crazy good. 5 and 3, and Amelia got a 1. Was that right? Was that?
Yeah, thank you. Yep.
Yep.
So, to astral bend like a large enough portal, like you guys realized like before, and you're somewhere close to the castle. You don't know where you are, but you kind of know where you're going. It starts like pulsating. Have you built like a circle? Like, how are you guys doing this?
I think we should all be in a circle, and whatever like hand isn't wand dominant should be like on the other person's like shoulder, so that we're like all connected and kind of grounded out.
It does, and as you're doing the spell, there wasn't any like runic marks or things done on the ground, so that's why it causes it to be really, really high. So I'm gonna say like you see like, at least from Cora, you see this like kind of like pulsate, a circular thing kind of pulsate for a second before it kind of closes and kind of open up again like a frisbee, kind of swirling in and out, and it kind of circles around you all. But as it kind of goes towards like Amelia and every like those who kind of got I would say less than a 10, the magic kind of wanes and the circle kind of bends and fizzes before it kind of whizzes out. The crypt kind of around you kind of shakes, and you can see like with the light kind of going around Cora, Quinn, everyone, you can see with the light from Amelia's wand. As it finally kind of like goes out, you see that the colors and the flags of it are for like Sassine, like banners with like the crest and things like that. And as the portal kind of opens up again, just whoosh, one more time, really strong and really powerful. It's like holding on. It's not a circle, it's like this sphere, and it looks like it's like just pulling certain things in. You have so in Kids on Brooms, when you over succeed, it's not necessarily like you just win. It's like, yeah, you probably did do a portal, but you can also do something like really big. You can what's the word?
Overexert.
Yeah, overexert. Like in Misfits and Magic, like if you're in dueling with another person and you overexceed on a fight, you could probably unalive that person, right? Not just win like the battle. So as this portal is coming to you, Cora, this pulsating energy is like so powerful and so strong. You feel yourself getting pulled into it, and you feel like the air kind of getting like pulled into it and into it. The light kind of going around in an orb goes around and around, and you start hearing from the passageway a couple of like squawking, and like two things like start flying towards it. You first see this like one creature that looks like it has a trying to remember what it looks like. It looks like a floating eye with wings, and it starts like trying to flap away, and it gets pulled straight into the portal, and like you just see the wings kind of mix in kind of into the sphere. This portal is no longer like a circle, it is like a three-dimensional black hole, kind of like pulling certain things in. You see another one of them kind of forming closer and closer, kind of flying, trying to pull away from the force. What would you guys like to do here?
Can I roll a brains check to look into the portal and see if it looks like the school?
I think the portal will pull you in if you even get remotely close to it. I do not think.
I mean, just from where we're at, since we're around the circle right now.
You hear voices. It seems like school, like kids' voices, but you also hear like the creaking of the bridge, the water from the the lake and the grotto. So it could be the castle. It's just, this is so strong of a portal that it's no longer like a doorway. It's like it's something else. So as it's like kind of ripping through the air, I'll need a grit check from all of you.
This is where I get sucked into a black hole. Oh my goodness. This is where it happened.
It was destined, but your destiny is it's
Are you
today.
kidding me?
What is happening to Brooms
We're
today?
all getting sucked in there.
I'm so exhausted. Stop.
Except for
Send help.
me.
Yeah, you feel the
Except for
exhaustion
me.
pulling.
Except
Yeah.
for you.
Holy
Can I please just
moly.
take a nap here? Do I need to be a part of this?
Do I need a long
you
rest?
feel like your body
not enough
is
to
like
save
pulling you to
everybody?
rest. Like you feel like the hold and the hug that this force can take you in with is embracing, and it's so comforting a little bit because you've been tired, haven't you? Like you haven't really been sleeping well.
I've
You've been
so
stressed.
tired.
You
And
have.
I just holding my head, look at the
it's
group,
so
and I'm like,
hard to hold it all
guys,
up.
we should
and
just go in the portal too. We should just let it. We should go in, and I can hear them talking. It's the school. Come on, let's
Yeah.
just go. Let's just go for it. Let's just go in here. We'll probably be
Rania,
fine, right?
Are you
feel
mad?
the same.
We'll
Like
probably be
as Rania is
okay.
saying, like as Amelia saying that, Rania, you feel that too. Like you can hear their voices. For a second, you can hear Professor Arabelle being like, "Oh, I found all of them." And then just mumbles off. Like it's not as like you're not as convinced as Amelia, but they make a convincing argument.
It's
And
probably
right
them.
next
Let's
to
just
it,
go.
Odette.
Rania, come on. I know you hear them. Come on.
Odette is gonna grab hold of Amelia and Rania since I think they're the closest, and also the only ones being like lulled into a false sense of security, I feel like. But Odette's gonna grab both of you, like, hook arms, and just, if we're gonna do it, we're gonna have to do it, but make sure you hold on to each other. I don't want us to get lost.
Quinn and Cora most of all. Cora, you've successfully made a portal. The portal, where it goes, you don't really know, but you, at least with everyone else, you're not being pulled in. You are resolute and firm in your stance. And Quinn, a little less so, but everyone else is saying, like, let's just jump in. Like, it's clearly, like, the school.
Like, we did it, guys. Let's jump in.
I
It's
don't know
the
if
portal.
that's true.
This is what we wanted. Like, we made the portal. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Let's go.
How the
Please.
portal- Can we just... We need to be more
Amelia
careful
is
about
just
that.
full on, like, tired, sleepy, waddling, stepping, trying to get to to the portal. Like, locked arms or not. Like, she is tired. She is
Oh my God.
ready to get home. She wanted to make the portal. You guys made the portal. She wholeheartedly believes that it's taking her back to the school.
Question, are these portals that we're making big enough for all of us? Like,
It's
hypothetically, if Cora were going to attempt to just grab people and drag them through her portal, would that be feasible?
Yeah, but imagine it like if it was a round object like this and it was just the size of a basketball. It's feasible because when that creature was pulled in, it like stretched over the thing of it and kind of warped into it. Like it's like a literal like 3D kind of portal. So for sure you guys kind of be stretched over the edge of it and into it for sure. Everyone could fit into it. It's very, very powerful. Like you did really well on your astral bending.
Cora would call out to her friends. It'd be like, I know you're tired. I know you want to go home, but home's not that way. I think our best chance is to go this way. And she would point erratically at her own portal, feeling pretty darn confident that wherever this is going to be better than wherever that one is.
I think we should listen to the goblin who made the portals, guys. Let's go this way.
Is there
Yes.
more than one? I thought that it was just one portal. I thought we had just made it.
I think of it as all the portals that you guys made came together and fused into this like little circle. But we can do it as like Cora sees like a glint of something, like an actual like as it's warping around, they see like one little like hole, like, oh, that could be it, like that's what's happening. But I would say your friends are kind of really tired. If you guys are combating this, Quinn and Cora, you can do a charm check to convince them, or convince them in like just persuasion.
That's gonna be tricky. This might be on Quinn.
To the one.
No pressure or anything.
Can I try to charm them into leaning more with me towards Cora? And like towards where she's wanting to go exactly, so that we can...
Yeah, but I think you are also part of the group that just wants to jump in, so it's yeah.
Not gonna help me there.
Oh.
Or how do you, like, what do you do to, like, they all want to go into the portal.
I'd
the
like
right
to roll
portals.
a charm check to try and convince them to jump into this portal.
Oh,
You
power
can
of the
try.
charms.
Power of the
Yes,
battle.
What's going on
we
with
did
the
it,
six
look.
today?
It's the
I
portal that we
know.
made. This is the portal that we wanted. I can hear the voices. I'm so tired. Come on, Cora. Come on,
Can we just
Quinn.
pull them?
Let's go.
What about a one and talk?
Going.
What if I just want to pull them to the other one?
Yeah, I will say, oh my goodness, Odette.
Radia
when you
has
pull
no
them,
say. She's just a little rag doll in the middle.
Yeah, Odette, remember you are kind of pulled,
I know, I just meant like trying to push them towards her, just like still locked on, like just pressing with her feet, trying to go towards her instead of towards the portal, but she's still locked on with both of them. It's more so
thought you were
convincing
tired and
herself
wanted
to
to jump
follow.
in.
Yeah,
the
you're
portal.
tired and
You're
you're
tired and
wanting
want
to
to go to the portal.
Yeah. So you're kind of like not really like leaning anywhere, or like Cora, you want to kind of go into the portal. So I'm that's why I'm like, where do you
Then
wanna go?
I must have misunderstood. I'm sorry.
You're good. What are you trying to convince them with your charm check?
I was just more so trying for myself to follow what Cora was saying, to follow her where she was pointing to. Like which part in the portal she's pointing to specifically.
Okay, Cora,
Yeah.
is that what you're trying to tell them?
Cora's like, I know that you just want to take the easiest route, but I promise you, if you guys come with me, we'll be able to go and get back home and relax, and, she'd look at Amelia specifically, be like, and we can finally get you some sleep. I know you haven't been sleeping good. We'll go and we can take a break, and you could go and take a nap, a nice nap. And just kind of like she would tug at her sleeve, kind of gently pulling her sort of in that direction, like more of a beckon as opposed to a forceful tug.
The energy kind of pulls at you all. First, it feels like a tug on your sleeves, and this like warping energy circles around like this. This is not portals that you're used to. These are something, what extra magic would do. And within like a warping thing, you feel like your limbs, everything kind of stretching, expanding, like you're like almost like a gummy worm as it's like going through the portals. All 5 of you kind of venture in and out, until like the first thing that you feel, Cora, is water, rushing water, and the surrounding is blue, yellow, and you see like specks of white in the water around you, kind of swirling over and over and over.
Oh boy. Well, that's
Like,
that's
Are we all in the water?
Yeah, all of you, like, I put a picture of what I imagined this, like, portal feels like in the Discord chat. And then, like, all of you feel water in your hair, in your, in the, like, around you, and you're kind of bobbing up and down in water.
Is this the
Okay,
water
not
from
liking
the
this, not
classroom?
liking this.
It is.
Can we get out of this water, please?
You're like a couple of distance away from that central platform, and you see a couple students kind of reach over and it's like, Professor, here! Professor Arabelle, like, that kind of, you see like a hand point up, and it looks like the older adult's hand, and a spark of light gonna go through the wand. When that happens, you see this glowing light underneath you before this big alligator chomps in the water, just like, and crashes up above. Alabaster kind of swims up to you all and kind of nudges you all to kind of climb onto them.
Odette can't swim very well, so this is very
Okay,
not
you can
good
hold
for
on
her.
to me. You can hold on to me. It's fine. I got you. Don't worry. Come on, Odette.
I don't like this. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Just wrap your arms around me. We're almost there.
Amelia is exhausted and cannot swim, but she does make it like to grab hold of Alabaster.
Alabaster kind of crashes its face through, and you just see this alligator kind of like swarming like into the water. Cora, it says picked you up, and you're kind of sitting at the crown of it, and you hear its little voice. I think you have this ability, but I can't remember. But they pretty much whisper and said, "Kinda lost you, Five. Where did you two disappear off to?"
She does in fact have that ability. And she would respond to, I'm still not very sure myself. 1 second, we were someplace, and then we were someplace else, and then we got lost, and it was dark, and we had to make a light, and then we had to get back, and I'm not sure how we ended up in here, but, boy, am I happy to see you.
Well, there's two of them that are still missing, but I think they just skipped class. Zarek thinks they're still going to get a failing grade, but hey, I thought it was hilarious. And you see Alabaster kind of swim to the edge of this big pool, and you see that there are stairs that go all the way up to like the central platform. She kind of lets you all off of her back, or like if you're like paddling next to her. And she kind of stomps onto the stairway and shakes off. At least you weren't stuck in a... What was it again? Oh, two of your friends were stuck in like a dirt patch for like a good 30 minutes.
I think I would have taken the dirt patch.
As you five kind of rejoin everyone upstairs, you see a couple of other students kind of like, they have like twigs in their hair. One of the kids is still like taking sand off, and Professor Arabelle is kind of going through the charms and checks, and his face has that look of like, what, like curiosity of what had just happened, and questioning on what has tampered with his room, as all the other students had went to like other locations. You see Leo and Ethan come out, Quinn, and they kind of look to you and they're like, how did you not get there and I didn't? And like you see like dirt like coming out of their hand, and grass blades like sticking out of their hair.
Oh, that's because I picked a different portal. Sorry, but I'm kind of too busy to worry about it. You'll dry. See, you got the better part of this. I have to clean all of these clothes now.
We're dry. We were stuck in dirt, Professor. And the professor is just like, not now.
Good thing is
As
the
he's
maid's back.
The professor's kind of really peeved off that all the students had this like weird magical kind of change, and he's kind of he like turns around. He doesn't like make sure you guys are like okay in like the way the other teachers do, so he kind of just like, well, at least you're alive. We're ending this early because someone has messed with my room. Something is off. The magical energy here is tampered with, and goes to like the ritual circle and starts like just looking like quizzical at everything.
Can I look around the room and see who is missing?
Yeah, I will say Nolan is missing, and then Miles is missing.
No, little Miles.
But Miles was in class with us.
And so was Nolan.
Dawn, wasn't he? So they were all three in a group.
Alright.
But Dom is here.
Yep. Dom was they haven't really seen you. They don't know. They're kind of just sitting off the side with Leo, just like they're one of the ones with the sand in their boots.
Dom, do you know where Miles is?
I don't know. Last thing I saw was we were trying to go to the beach, and then that's it. That's all I know.
Miles is stuck at the beach, isn't he?
Not the worst thing that could have happened.
I mean, but we don't know what's happening. If it happened,
Are you checking inside? There's still the portals up. Quinn, are you checking inside that one?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am.
I love that, because as you look in that keyhole of the portal that's left, you see a person kind of on the sand, kind of snoring a little bit, with like sand angels like made and like water kind of rushing up to his feet, and you see Miles like fully just at the beach.
Oh.
Hilarious.
Asshole.
Can Quinn?
He gets a vacation and we get dungeon.
Can
What the hell is this?
To like magically like make dirt land on him, like lift dirt up and just land on him to wake him
Yeah, I'll
up.
give that easily. Yeah. Explain what happens.
So as she's looking at, she's like, "Are you serious?" She calls over the ghoulies to look in there, and she's like, I can't believe this. We're wet, but he gets to have a, okay, watch this." And then you see her like bring her wand out, and she flicks it a couple times, and then you see dirt from around him kind of just float up, and then like you know if you were dumping water on someone out of a bucket, but it's just like that, but it's a sand bucket with sand in it, and it just starts pouring over his head while he's laying there. So you're just gonna get rest, are you? While the rest of us are out here trying to make grades.
You just hear him just like, bloody hell, and covered in sand. And you hear Professor Arabelle in the background just like, well, Mr. is accounted for. Now we just need to find one more, but class is dismissed. All the students, Miles, who's kind of in the hole, you just see him kind of pull off the grass, like the stuff, and kind of try to pull apart the portal. You see his eye kind of look in, being like, "Professor, can you open this?" And the professor doesn't like listen to him, so like Dominic and Leo is like doing like spells to kind of open it, and you see him just like coming out with like fully like whatever, how long ever he was in there and how long you guys are in the dungeon, he has like now he's like sweating and has like a slight little like darkening, like a little tan to his face, and he just like comes out, arms rolled out, and like
That's it. Use
that's
your
probably
magic.
the best
in with
snap
your
I've ever
knees.
had.
Am I about to fist fight Miles?
Miles.
Bending with my knees. Well, that
I
wasn't
can't
really
believe
fun
it.
there, Quinn. Just putting sand in my face.
Well, I don't think you sleeping when the rest of us have to try, hard to pass this class is a bit fair. If you wanted a beach day, you should have just skipped like the other people.
I feel like the professor wanted us to have a beach day if he gave us a portal to the beach. I successfully made a portal to it and enjoyed my day. And you see him kind of step up and down. He's like bigger than all of you, you're pretty tall.
I know.
And he's just like stomping up and down with his feet, and you just hear the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of like the water on the stone, and he's just like turning back. He's like,
Above
I
table.
wasn't a spoil. Yeah.
Above table. Damn, Nay, you wish that was you, huh? Y'all wanted that beach day earlier when we first started, and you got roped in with us. Damn.
Yep.
Poor Cora.
Yep,
What dungeon?
sure did.
She did.
Yeah.
If I was
With class
crabby,
ending. With class ending, is there anything you guys would like to do before the afternoon class? I mean, your cosmic fascination class.
Dry off and wring all the water out of all of her clothes.
I think I'm gonna go dry off and also change clothes.
Yeah,
and also
same.
lay
Maybe
down and
you should
nap.
take a nap,
you
Grumpy.
should definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I will take a nap.
Go to my room.
But-
Don't
yeah,
sleep in your
I was
room.
gonna say.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
I'm gonna show up in your room, and if you're in
Does
your room, I'm
not
gonna
show
drag
up.
you into the other room.
Does not go. That's funny.
Yeah, you guys know that Cora definitely knows that it's because of the artifact. But the storm outside it's weird. It's like having a rainy or stormy day with like sun, and a couple of teachers are like annoyed. You see the assistant headmaster kind of go to the headmistress's office, and you hear from Alabaster Cora that some odd magic is causing something in the room, and why everybody was kind of teleported oddly. Yeah. You guys dry off. Before your cosmic fascination class, there is a little bit of dinner. You guys get food. Miles looks very happy, like after you've slept outside in the sun on a sunny day. So he's eaten for like 4. And Dominic is like, can you just eat slower or at least make it look appetizing? This is just, and he's just like one like chicken leg in one hand and then like noodles in the other, and he's just like, nope.
Can Quinn come over and like grab stuff from him, and she's to like take it and like give it some to Cora, and then she's gonna be like, "This is your beach tax."
Yeah, he like just, I was eating that.
I know, you wouldn't mind of us, the people who worked hard today, get a little bit more, would you? You seem, Cora here, she loves the beach.
Yeah.
So I
Wait,
think
am I getting taxed or am I
No,
getting
no.
the taxes?
You're getting the tax.
Oh, okay. And then she holds her hands out, like both hands, expectantly for whatever.
You get like a couple of different snackies and like things like whatever he had like left over on his plate. He begrudgingly like relieves it to you, especially because you guys have class like right after. But you see him kind of just like pull the plates after Quinn takes it, and just like.
This is so funny to me because we're in a magic school that can give you just like more food at will, but
yeah.
Quinn
Yeah,
is taking it from Miles.
Yeah. It's a tax.
Yeah. As soon as the tax is paid, Cora would kind of slip one of the pieces back to Miles and do big ol' happy grin, as she proceeds to grab food from the middle of the table and eat that instead too.
The if there is like chicken legs or stuff, he does like a little toast with the chicken legs and kind of like smiles at you, and you see like a piece of the chicken kind of hanging from his lip, and he's like thanks you for it. Yeah, as you guys
I
he does
have
this.
one thing.
Yeah.
She's, as he's saying, like, he had a good day, she's gonna hold up a roll and with a very sickly smile is gonna go, "Oh, hey, Miles, did you want to roll too? There's some over here."
All right, give me one.
She is gonna chunk it at his forehead. It's the softest roll ever, but she is absolutely just bam.
Oh my God.
Rania definitely would do her evil chuckle and be like, now he knows how Zayden feels.
The
Roll or weapon of mass roll destruction.
Yeah.
He did really well on his roll. So you see him just like grab it in the air, and he's just like,
Boy, don't sass me. That potatoes will be next.
Very big sister. Very much big sister.
Sass me with your mouth full of food. I'll come over there.
Rania definitely wants to chuck a potato now. He's sitting
The
in
whole
her
baked
direction.
potato. Bonk.
With that, a couple hours pass. Amelia, you wake from your nap. You have food. All of you are walking to one of the towers. This is one of the, well, you know Professor Westfall. They teach kitchen witchcraft. They are very sweet, and you see them like kind of humming as you come into the room. And as you do, the chambers are filled with like starlight and bookcases all around. There is candles swept everywhere, and the central like area of the room. Oh, bear dog. The
My
central
bad.
area of the room. No, you're good. Has like these. If you look at the tactical map in the alchemy, you can see it, but like it has a circular like area with like different telescopes and different things all around. You see astral maps and constellations, mapping of the constellations as Professor Westfall is like kind of organizing everything. A couple of people sleep in this class. It's your evening class. Dominic is kind of like bored out of his mind because it's like end of year. The professor comes in, and behind her comes in this large Highland cow. And kind of as they're both walking, they have both like a sway to their step as they're kind of moving. And Morris comes over and kind of to you, Cora, kind of just says with like a very deep voice, God, what a good day. Like just singing to himself and humming. Well, Cora, how are you? Just very deep and sonorous. Is that the right word?
Cora would perk up and be like, just had some food, so pretty darn good, Professor. How about you?
Oh, and like Morris kind of looks to Professor Westfall. She kind of turns to you and like with like a hum is like, doing wonderful. I had the greatest stew today. I swear the staff members are learning from my cooking. I promise you they're missing out. And they kind of described like this recipe that they were going over, that they were trying to teach the staff members as everyone kind of comes into the room. Today you have a certain star map above, and you're tasked with kind of tracing the star map and putting it all for like what you see in the skies, and putting it onto like, imagine like a architect table, like drawing board. That's kind of what you guys have, where you can sketch out the astro, like the constellations and things for this night.
Odette is in her element. She freaking loves space.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, you guys have
is
it.
my relaxing class. Just us, the stars. Oh, so this is how you should spend your evenings. This is Quinn as she's walking into the class. Sorry.
No, I love it. Professor Westfall, she just kind of sits at like the head of the room, which is literally a couch, and she kind of like lounges for a bit, and she just mutters out, "Your rite of ascension exams are right around the corner, so there is not a lot to do today except, practice and practice. There are a couple celestial symbols I've kind of woven into the constellations tonight. So if you want to review them, put them into your work, you can. As you can see, and she kind of points to the stars above. And with magic, she kind of uses like sprites, like little lights to glow up around them so you can see certain constellations clearer. She kind of points to them and says, as you can see, the alignment has differed, but now that we're going back into the spring and summer solstice, the alignment is returning. So you see planets are kind of coming together. It is a unique time of the year. Yeah.
Odette is like getting her pencils and stuff out so that she can start drawing on one. I imagine that she would walk up to Dom since he's halfway falling asleep and just be like, "All right, you don't have to do that much work. Just I'm gonna draw most of it, but you have to stay awake."
Give me a charm roll. You're lucky you're pretty. And then like gets up and you see him like put the the pencil to his hand and starts sketching out stuff. You guys have like it looks like something, all the light in this room comes from that big dome, but the drafting board kind of puts it like through this like circular glass that puts it onto the paper. Does that make sense? So you kind of see like a place to kind of trace it and the constellation. And
that's what we do for murals.
Yeah.
To get the sketch out for murals.
Exactly like that. So he's sketching through that with like a book open on constellations and like putting the names to them on the sides and like their Latin names or like through them and kind of filling them out as like Professor is going around. Because really it's usually your courses, like your day is like seeing like what stars are out during that nighttime and what magic is really good at this time. And this is typical of those nights. Like pretty much she's just going around like the symbols haven't really changed over the course of days. Not the symbols, the constellations haven't changed so crazy like over the days. So she's just like, this is really good for lunar magic. This is wonderful. I think we're coming up to a full moon soon. So the magic is going to vary in strength. But if you're doing lunar magic, this is a really good time. But yeah, it's up to you guys to roleplay. Do your thing.
I do love some lunar magic. She's Quinn walks over and tries to sit next to Amelia, and she's like, "Did you sleep well? I bought you some snacks. Everyone needs a snack after they nap."
Amelia yawns and she's, I slept okay, I guess.
Did the blanket help? It was a great blanket, wasn't it?
The blanket was great.
I think
I just need a new bed. Because I did not listen to Odette. I definitely did not go sleep in Odette's bed.
If I heard her say that, I'm definitely glaring.
So Cora's brow would kind of furrow at this point, and hearing that, she'd be like, "So, you notice how you haven't been sleeping good lately, right? Like, that's not just me and literally everyone else. Like, you haven't been sleeping good."
I thought it was just, I'm just feeling the pressure from the test for the end of the year and all of that. And I'll feel better after the test is done.
It occurs to me, I don't know if it's occurred to anybody else yet, but we have that she hums, trying to make sure that nobody else kind of catches on to what they're talking about. You know, in your room, under where you sleep, and it occurs to me that the might be emitting something that's inhibiting your ability to sleep. And I think either we need to move you out of your room temporarily, or move the out of your room entirely and find another safe place for it and redo the protection spell. Because I don't think our protection spell is keeping it from hurting you.
Where would we move the if not in one of our rooms? Like, I don't know a secret passageway or place we could put.
Whoa.
Rania, what about above where your friend is?
You want to put him in harm's way?
I don't. I mean,
He's bouncy. He'll bounce back. He's fine.
Clearly, you
He
did.
took a ball to the face like a champ. He'll be fine.
He only bounced back because we're helping him. You didn't see when he was all skin and bones.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
He's
I saw
eating
him when he
food,
was
it's
all skin and bones, but isn't there a difference between humans and she tries to think of a good code word.
Oh, so now we're just being speciesist. Okay, well, I'm just saying.
Oh, wait
I
a
said it.
second.
I said it.
Cora's like pointing to herself like all over. It's just like, did you
look like
the green skin and the pointy ears, man?
I said it. You guys, you can't even tell me why you don't like him. You just don't like him. You don't want to help him. You want to put him in harm.
Okay.
Okay.
How about it just stays where it is and I won't sleep in my room anymore? I'll just get what I need. Can I stay with one of you for a couple of nights?
Are you actually gonna listen and stay with one of us, or are you just gonna sass me and then go back to your room?
Probably. I'll try not to, but
we should definitely.
Yeah, it'll be like an extended slumber party. I don't see how anything could go wrong from that.
Looked at the camera.
Listen, if we're willing to have a civilized conversation with our friend, maybe we could work something out. But you can't just throw it out there and say that you just want to put him in harm's way without asking.
I wasn't gonna. That's not what I was saying. It's a little funny to think of it that way.
I think we dropped that idea. I think Amelia is moving out. The is staying put, and Amelia is leaving. Are we in agreement?
We still need to figure out what to do with them. We can't just ignore that either, y'all. Like, we really do need to figure out what to do with it.
Okay, well then
maybe he would know something.
we figure that out after class, because we can't exactly be talking about in the middle of a whole bunch of people. Like, I honestly feel like everybody's staring at us. And
Rania would look around and be like, based off of what we see around here, half the class is asleep. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I still feel
It's
like
fine.
they're watching.
It's paranoid. We'll talk about it later. But
okay.
Yeah, we'll just talk later. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
I volunteer my room as first, since I went there. I will volunteer as tribute first.
Wait, I want reviews. Whose bed's the comfiest?
I won't be taking part in
it
that.
could be like a round robin thing.
plushies.
We all get a chance at a slumber party. And Cora's like super excited about this idea because she's never been invited to a slumber party
We just
before.
switch her around
So,
for
like-
each couple days.
Yes.
I love a good custody exchange.
It's home ec all over again.
Listen, as long as you don't mess with Sid's nest on top of my bed, you can sleep peacefully. The moment you touch his shinies, I can't vouch for what he may or may not do. Just saying.
Amelia digs in her bag and pulls out a notebook and scrawls that note down. And for the next, I don't know, week or two, she just listens intently on everything that they all say of like their personal items and their familiars' personal items, and she just take notes so she's a good guest when she's there.
Professor Westfall kind of goes around and like examines what you are up to and what you guys are doing. She sorry, she describes like what the standardized exam would be like. She says how like one second, let me get some water.
The standardized testing at magic school.
Hey. Don't say how, and it was you guys who said this is what you guys wanted.
No, we did. We wanted the torture.
Yo, not the pointer! You put that pointer away! Don't you get that out of here!
See, the for those who are in chat, I asked my players if there are any session goals that they would like. So if you're thinking that Maz wanted standardized examinations, you're wrong. The Rite of Ascension, is coming up in a couple of weeks. It's a combination of a lot of subjects, so you wouldn't see the same fabric because you see in other schools, in the other magical academies, they teach different types of magic for different types of Wiccans and witches. Currently, you might have to do a knowledge or a lore portion of the test. That's of course requires you to study all of your classes that have a lot of information and history and knowledge, but there's also technical exams, alchemical, there's a combat test, there's probably a phytology and potions exam. For those who excel in divination, they can do scrying, but it's really technical abilities that they would like to go through, so it can vary. For my portion of the test, I submitted to the board. They'll be doing a review of the shifts in the constellation and the skies for magic. They kind of go over the last year worth of astral shifts that have happened. You guys have known it from like one week in October, Mercury was this way, so this type of magic was really strong. What moon water is, how to imbue certain things under the moon or under certain planets for different better magic, etc. And she describes that in December, of course, we had the fall or winter astral convergence, and now we're going to the spring-summer astral convergence. So if you are trying to do some magic, I will say this is the best time to show off during your exams. And she kind of like winks. I promise you'll get high marks. Granted, if they are astute as I am in cosmic fascination, then they might guess that your powers are a little extra from the influence of the skies, but I won't tell them if you won't. And she kind of giggles as she kind of walks around to all of you.
Ma's also Scarlet gifted.
Thank you for gifting those. I really appreciate that. That's crazy cool. We really appreciate that. Also, thank you, Scarlett. Welcome on in.
Can I do one more thing? I feel like I'm asking so much.
No, please do things. You guys are not asking him. Yeah, you're fine.
Odette, without thinking, while she's sitting right next to Dom, is going to roll up both of her sleeves because she doesn't want to get pencil marks on them, but she also doesn't remember that she has that henna tattoo wrapped on her arm. But she's not thinking of that. She's just pulling that up and still drawing her left hand, being the one that has it wrapped, is the one closest to him.
Would anyone else see the henna when she lifts her sleeve?
She's definitely not trying to hide it at all. Because
Yeah, if you
she's
guys
just
are
not thinking about
nearby-
it.
Yeah, if you guys are nearby, you can probably see. It's a dark room except for that dome window on the top. You can probably see it all.
It's definitely still wrapped up and getting darker because she did it, what, it'd be like 6 hours ago now?
Mm.
Rania would say, Odette, I think something. Did you get a tattoo?
What? What? Huh?
And she would just point to her hand.
She's gonna pull both her sleeves down at the same time, like wrap her arms around herself and go, "What? I don't know what you're talking about."
Oh, what? Oh,
She's
okay.
just looking at her like, "I'll tell you later."
Rania gives her that same look back at her because she has so many questions and she wants to make sure that Odette is being safe.
Or I
He's
would kind
gonna
of
give her the
reach
okay
across the
symbol.
table a little bit and just lift up the sleeve just a little bit just so she could see. Okay, now that's pretty cool. And she'd sit back down.
We should do
Oh,
that
yes.
whenever I stay with you. For me, though.
Rania would like feel uncomfortable and like press her hair like down, like soothing her hair. But hearing that Cora thinks that it's cool, she definitely like is looking at her friends like, interesting.
Y'all bunch of heathens.
Okay, you want to say what Quinn is doing, and then feel free to head out. That way, what you have written can be canon.
Yes. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. That's why I was
Willow,
typing it.
wait. Willow.
Yeah, you said you. I'm gonna let her take it from me. Actually. Willow.
Wait.
What's up? I'm kidding.
Here, I got
No,
you.
No, you're fine. I was just joking. But yeah, so Quinn would be kind of cozying herself up in another area of the classroom while this is going on. So she wouldn't have seen the henna style tattoo. What Quinn would be doing though, in the midst of doing her classwork, she would be actually practicing on another piece of paper with her quill. She would be practicing writing out the incantations that she learned in that book she was reading.
Yep.
As well but as she was doing that, she would be practicing it and writing it with her own blood, just like a little bit of it, and she's like maybe it's like a little bit on the page. She just kind of like dips it in there, just like maybe we'll see how this works. I mean, I don't know hopefully I don't blow up the classroom. She's saying this to herself, like hopefully this doesn't burn the entire classroom down. But adventure, here we come.
Yeah, as Quinn writes that down and the class kind of lulls to a quiet, all of you have sketched throughout the astral shifts and things like that. Professor Westfall describes the end of class and what will be on the exams and what to practice on. So she gives you guys assignments on different constellations that you'll have to work on, and understanding the shifts of the next year, the next month that is coming up. What planets are in retrograde, things like that you would have to go through. Is there anything that you guys would like to ask Professor Westfall as the class kind of comes to a close?
No, I think that's about it.
Sweet. Then, great. Can I get a grit check from you guys?
Oh no.
All of us?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh
God.
no. Oh
Okay.
no. This is outrageous.
I'm throwing my dice away after this session, just so you know.
I'm putting myself in jail.
Great. The class is about to come to a close, and Professor Westphal kind of has everyone come to the center. This is like a routine thing that you guys have done before, and it's like a fun little adventure thing because you are like first years. So she always has it to do with you guys because it's also the last class of your night before you just go off to bed. There is like pouring starlight coming in from the center of the ceiling. You guys are standing in a circle, and Professor Westphal comes in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great, all of you are together. Pay attention, Miss Castell. Right there, stand right there. Miles, again, always with the food. And she kind of takes his hand and with her sleeve kind of rubs it off. And she's a very curvy woman, and she kind of dances around you all, and she says, we're going to finish off with bending the stars for today. Let's get to the fountain and get a quick attunement, because I feel like we all need a bit of a stretch. And then I can escort you back to your towers. Give me a flight or brains.
Again, all of us?
Yeah.
And you said flight or brains?
Yep.
Oh boy, okay. Oh, okay, I feel better.
Oh.
Amelia, what did you get?
Oh, honey.
9.
It's okay. It's okay to... Guys, you're failing forward in this game. You guys can use points if you guys want to.
I know, but I have to be dramatic.
No, I
about
don't.
it.
I won't.
okay.
Yeah, I just like
I-
dramatics.
We gotta have the drama. We gotta have the drama.
I'm 14 years
it.
old, and
Okay.
I gotta be dramatic about it.
So, as the class comes to an end, Professor Westphal kind of sings a little tune, and you see the power of like being witches and Wiccans in this world. As it's better when you're in a circle and rituals. As at least for Cora and Rania, this comes easier to you as the starlight kind of bends around you. And the light and the stars kind of dance all around you into a circle, and you feel this cosmic energy kind of vibrate throughout like your fingers. Everything around you kind of pulsates, and you feel like energy back into your step, and not chippies, and the like crescending stars kind of the crescendo of stars crashes together, and light kind of pours, and all the other students are kind of like gazing at it. It's still a beautiful look every single time, and it's this beautiful show of just light and stars, but you feel power behind it, and like if that's something of magic that you want to focus in on, or something that you're interested in, it could be like directed at somebody, or like used to imbue it with something, but it has that vastness and power of like the arcane realm, not the arcane realm, the astral plane. So she just kind of says like, oh, you did well. Next time, dearie, next time. Odette, okay, next time, I promise. Today's not your day, and I think you need sleep from what I can see. She kind of gives you a look, Odette, to your arm for a second, but she just kind of like, next time, you will do better, and we will do another whole show, but that's for another day. Let's go to the fountain and get you attuned really quickly. She kind of like gets everyone in order. Line leaders, let's go. Come on. Miles, you first. Step forward. And everyone's like walking forward as the stream of light is going in and out and in and out, and she like escorts you to the fountain. as you all come to like down a couple of stairs, all the way down to the grotto, you come to the part of the castle that you're familiar with that maybe you don't like venture out with multiple times a year. You know, you don't really have to. You come to the magical 𝙀𝐿 fountain. Professor Westphal kind of steps in. You see her kind of wave her hand around with her wand and take a deep breath in, and you see what looks like these ghostly wisps of her where her scorch marks are kind of dissipate, as if she just went into like a spa and all those knots are kind of coming unloose. Oh, that's much better.
Odette is standing back and is making the awkward Midwest face because she is not excited to get wet again for the second time today and her clothes get wet.
Amelia
Not
is
excited.
absolutely exhausted and looking forward to this.
The last time you were in here, the first time you were in here, you were right in front of the Shadow Realm, like, circle, and then you kind of moved away from it. When you step in, Amelia, you have one scorch mark on you, so every little bit of magic you've been doing has a touch of like it's burnt out a little bit. Not fully, you haven't used all three, but it has that touch of just, you're not, it's a little difficult, and it feels like you've expended a lot of energy. And as you step in, the circles around it start whisking around, and the ritual circle, like the ritual symbols, start lighting up, and you feel like the edge of your magic where it's kind of burned and scorched kind of raise up, and like a healing, like skin after a scab, clear out, and you feel that one scorch mark kind of dissipate as you are finally like back to magically attuned again.
Clear relief. Also, my dogs are going crazy, so I will be muted for a minute.
Vanya, what were you saying?
I was saying that sounds amazing. And seeing like everyone kind of relax, she's definitely like walking towards it to just like release some of the tension she's been feeling and trying to clear her head. So she's definitely gonna go walk like towards the pool.
The pool does the same thing. You feel the cooling feel of it under your feet. It kind of swims into your trainers and to your socks, and it's a unsettling feeling at first until you feel that same feeling of a knot being like massaged away. And you've had a scorch mark for a long time. I can't remember the last time when you attuned. I don't know if you guys wanted to go down there, so it's been a long time, at least Rania, that you've attuned. But the edges of your magic start breaking through that fiber, that tenseness, and you see that scorch mark that's been sitting there for a while kind of fade and wisp away, just like it did for Professor Westphal.
Cora would be wanting to follow the lead of her friends, but instead of going and getting her shoes and socks wet, she is currently on the ground, taking off her shoes and socks and tossing them to the side before she goes skipping off to the pool, hiking her skirt up enough so that doesn't get wet either, and it's just her feetsies.
Her feetsies.
The magical 𝙀𝐿 fountain calls to you. It had brought you like near the between the celestial, like which ones it was between Arcanum and Celestia, the circles of magic, and and it starts like pinging all around as if it's going in certain directions, kind of how you're feeling on like where you want to go and what special skills you have. And it's like pulling from all these different regions, like where do I belong? But it doesn't matter, because as soon as you look down, no matter how much is pinging, the first thing you feel is that tension kind of pull away from you, like thread kind of pulling from a broken seam. And slowly the last the scorch mark that you have turn you back to fully attuned, and all of you are magically attuned back to your full state again. Odette, you didn't have any scorch marks, but you can feel any hexes, things like that were on you, anything like that kind of restore you back. Amelia, I don't know if you're back, but Amelia, Odette, I don't know if anyone who was close to Odette during the magical phytology class, as you kind of step out of the fountain, you feel a little bit more rested, Amelia. And the professor kind of shakes everything off, waves their wand, and starts drying the students one by one. Miles, who have like expended their scorch marks all the way, was like fully burnt out. You see him like get a torpedo of air on him, like from Professor Westfall's wand, as he's just like, like, and his mouth is like blowing in the wind. Dominic is just like holding out his arms as he gets dried. And Odette and Amelia, I think you guys were the ones who saw. I could say Rania too. I can't remember. But Odette, when you asked Professor Softgrove about the fountain, you can see the magical attunement fountain holds so much magic in it, just like that fountain in the greenhouse. And in you, you see you remember his like words kind of saying like, oh yeah, the fountain has a name. This one is called a muti because it's an indigenous in this indigenous culture. A muti stands for the pouch that mothers used to carry their babies. But in other ways, it's also called a purse. And that word comes, and that realization comes as you're kind of standing in that fountain. This embodiment and like structure that holds magic underneath Sistine. A powerful room, an area, the space that is important to all of your attunements and important to keep strong and secure. As you all like see that, Professor Westfall is like, all right, let's get you back to bed.
Don't gotta tell me twice.
Can Odette go try to meet up with Arendor before bed?
You can.
Rania is definitely going to oddly thank the Muti. Like she feels drawn to say thank you and head off to bed.
Cora is just grinning happily now that she feels nice and relaxed, and is walking beside Rania as they head off back to the corridors.
Amelia, is there anything?
Nope, she would just be following Rania and Cora as well. She would go to her room first to get, like, her clothes and, like, stuff that she needs for staying the night, and then she would just go to Rania's room.
Yeah, I'll say, like, you guys are walking back to the tower right now, and you see Odette kind of walk towards the security offices. You see like the edge of the courtyard open up, and it's a very late night, and Arendor is standing there. A couple of the security officers has said, oh, he's standing over there in patrol. I don't know if he has an appointment to you, miss. As they say that, Arendor's like, let her through, and you're allowed to speak to him.
She's gonna be kind of awkward because she doesn't really know like how to approach this. Because obviously, she doesn't really know him, and he's very strict, and she's awkward. Doesn't know how to talk to people. But she is kind of coming with a mission. It's almost like bartering information for training, I think is what she would like. I'm
Okay.
trying to think of the best way to like word it so it makes sense and doesn't sound whack. Listen, my brain.
You're fine.
I've been rolling
Let's
ones and
hear
twos
it.
and threes.
Who cares? You're still crushing it. I don't really know how to approach the subject with you, but I do think that my information could help you, and I was wondering if you could help me. Granting help is not really one of the jobs I'm supposed to be doing. But if your information can help the children here, then, well, let's start with that.
I hope it can. I don't know if it can. I don't know enough about the situation to give you clear answers, but I can tell you what I kind of know. We did find something in the ruins. She is gonna lie about not knowing the exact name of it, but she's gonna explain more what it looks like. So I don't know if you want me to roll for that or if you just want me to say it.
No, you can just say it.
I don't know what the thing is that we found, what you would call it. But it almost looks like a geode of some sort. It gave off an odd magic.
What were you doing there?
It wasn't where we wanted to go originally. We were trying to get back. That wolf that I told you about, chased us, and that was the only place that we could go that we could get away from it.
There are peculiar things happening at the castle, Miss Asteria. I did not cast any wolves for protection.
I don't think at this point I don't think that you did that. I think if it was something that it was something casted for protection, then it wouldn't have gone after children. But it was a fairly vicious thing, and I don't think if we wouldn't have run into the ruins that we would have gotten away from it. I know it's probably not the most useful information, but that's...
No. You've stepped into old magic, where the rules and boundaries of it were set by people who are long gone, who didn't have what we have now.
Stop. Will! I'm so sorry.
The fact that you, out of all of us witches are able to tap into that magic, that is what is interesting to me. You are but children. What else did you... What exactly do you hope to help with? What is this information? What do you want this information to do? You said you found something. Do you have it now?
I don't have it with me now. We hid it so no one would get hurt, in case it was something that could hurt someone. I had a weird vision coming into the school. And I know it's something that's not... A lot of people just tell us not to worry about it, but Hester is something that came up in some of them. And I that's why I'm looking for answers.
Yeah, you are one of the seers. I don't really put a lot of faith into divination magic. My family puts a lot of faith in it because it is bound to happen eventually, and that is what we are prepared to do. So, thank you for sharing this. The important thing is we need to secure that as soon as possible. What you are holding, if I think I know what it is, you're dabbling into things older than you can understand, and as protective and skillful as you all might seem to be, I think it will be better protected in the hands of the adults. So,
I worry that not all the adults that know about it are good, or that would learn about it.
With the staff members you had earlier this year, I worry the same. I believe your professors have the right mind. Your headmistress has the right mind. Your parents are considerate and kind. But I think, if you at least can do me the service of trusting me for a moment, then I would like to secure it.
Will you still allow me the knowledge of knowing where it's at? If I can trust you, you can trust me.
It is a powerful relic, so I am hoping to put it in a place where those who would abuse it cannot find it, or if they are hoping to abuse it, they will be tested. I will need to redo my charm work, because clearly children can go through an effigy of my making, so yes, if it's something that I think it is safe for you to know, then yes, I will share where it is located.
It's not even just if it's safe for me to know. If it has anything to do with any of my friends, you have to give me this. That was why I've done all of this to begin with and trying to figure this stuff out, is to protect them.
Your actions aren't going unnoticed, Miss Asteria. But sometimes, the intent of what you're doing and what actually gets done gets mistranslated. By trying to protect your friends, you inevitably put them all in danger. By trying to protect others, you put them right in the center of something. It happens all the time. I understand why you're making those decisions. But as the adult, I would like to now instruct for you to please retrieve that geode, as you said, and let me put it in a secure spot.
He's gonna look down at her, like down at the floor almost. And just like, no words for a second, like, you have to give me some time to get it. I can't get it to you today.
Very well. He's kind of like leaning outward to the courtyard, and you see like a meteor kind of like dash to the sky and like a chill run through the air. He kind of turns his head to you and just says, "Have a good evening, Miss Asteria."
Before you go, do you think that you could help me learn battle magic better? I know that's like what you do best, and I want to learn something at least from this.
Does Professor Arcadia not... does their instruction not suffice for you?
It does for the level that I should be, but not that I want to be. It doesn't have to be long. Just something.
If I came here to do, and I succeed in what I came here to do, then my time here will be short. I cannot promise that. But if I am here for longer, past this year, we shall talk. To be part of the battle mages, a part of this group, requires extensive training, forethought, agility, health, fitness. But I can show you a couple things. But work comes first. And he kind of turns on his heel. "Good night, Miss Asteria," and starts walking down the hall.
She's just gonna watch him walk away and then just start walking to the room.
The fading night kind of comes to a close, like as you kind of come through. All the classes are in the main castle, and the towers are where you sleep. So all five of you, as you're kind of walking back, you see Odette kind of join back to your group. Miles, everyone is there. The only person who wasn't there was Nolan, since like the class from the morning. And you kind of go up to the like tower. Amelia, could you give me a brains check for me? And, or you can give me a flight check.
Damn, there's your roll, girl.
Check.
Damn.
I have been attuned. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god!
Damn. Rania,
does
you
my
can
head in
do
this
a
fucking-
check to see if Sid is awake, like a brains check to see if Sid sees something. These are for your familiars. Amelia, the first thing you notice is the wisp of white as Nyx kind of like runs down the stairs down to the common areas, the main floors on the below of the towers. You just hear their voice. Oh, there's a fire! Fire! Ow! 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 Amelia! And just like starts running into your arms. Ozzy kind of moves around in your braid, Cora, and you just see him like kind of nudge around, just like as animals do during like kind of stressful situations. And you just see him kind of like kind of moving around, kind of tugging at the braid, just like it's too hot. And Sid kind of like wakes up Rania and kind of but doesn't really notice anything, just kind of just says like, the others are kind of stirring. What's happening? Ozzy kind of looks at you, Cora, kind of frantic, kind of like skittering around like a lizard does, like around you, like kind of around your neck, around and around.
What's going on, buddy?
It's hot. It's so hot. Everything is too warm.
Would Cora notice that it's too warm?
I wouldn't say you wouldn't. You for sure don't. He does. And so he feels like this lizard who's like the temperature's too high. And Nyx is kind of around you, Amelia, kind of like, you see on their feet, they have like a little, like, dirt patches. Yeah.
Fire. There's a fire. Amelia just like very concerned because why is there a fire at the school right now? I would imagine Amelia would like take off and like try to like find where the fire is. Is the teacher still with them? The professor still with them?
No, you guys have left from that main castle up to into your towers where you guys are sleeping.
Odette is also gonna take off running after Amelia. Like,
Are you back with us yet?
yes, I met her.
Yeah.
Yeah, hearing her say fire, Rania would definitely be like, fire? Where? And is why is it that you guys as familiars are not... Are they okay? What's going on?
Regulus is not with us, is he, Mose?
Nope. I think this is probably like a couple of weeks, so he's now slowly kind of pulling away. So you hear Regulus kind of calling out to you, and up on the stairs, you see like Elizabeth kind of rushing past you guys, kind of be like, oh, wait, and Olivia being like, Scales is up there, and like rushing up the stairs for his their familiar. And you hear like a little bird kind of tweeting like past you, and you see Red Rover kind of just dart in through the rooms as like Dominic is like, wait, what else? What's going on? And kind of rushing up the common area where all the students are towards like the bedroom.
What's happening? Where's the fire at? Does anyone know? She's like saying this as people are like running around.
They're like, I don't know. We were all in class, just like they've been walking back with you guys, so like just like a little ahead of you. So they're like, no, we just got here just like a second ago. Penelope is just sitting there, like she's the one with the green hair. She has her like wand in her hair. She just looks up and she's like, yeah, we just got here just like a second ago.
Odette wants to take off. Like, she's still gonna try to run towards where the fire is to figure out at least where it's at.
Anybody else?
Same, like what's going on, and the fact that everyone's familiars are kind of like on edge makes Rania on edge.
On edge.
I don't think Cora would have heard anyone talk about fire, since she's in her own space. But Ozzy being drastically uncomfortable, Cora would be rushing off to one of the lavatories to kind of cool him down a little bit, thinking that maybe he just has a bug or something. And it'd probably be then that she'd stumble across her friends who were trying to figure out where the fire was. And upon seeing them, she'd be like, "What are you guys doing out of bed?"
Well, like, you guys are coming from class. You guys haven't been in bed, so I'm gonna say, like, you guys are coming from the bottom common room, and that's when, like, all the familiars were doing that, and people were kind of sitting there hanging out, and, like, the bedrooms were upstairs, and that's when you saw Nyx kind of come down the stairs. Cora, you went to the bathroom. There are bathrooms there, and you saw people kind of go back up the stairs. You see Olivia kind of screaming for Scales. They're a snake familiar upstairs. And a couple of other ones, like Regulus is upstairs, and so Odette kind of like went up there to go check where the fire is. So that's kind of how you saw and heard like what's happening. As you guys come up to the stairs, you see Nolan kind of like standing at the edge of the front of the room, like opening up to where all the beds are, and kind of like is nervous, kind of saying like, I don't know. I don't know. I came in. I came in and it was just like this. I swear it was just like this. I swear. I skipped class earlier and I just came back now because and it was, I swear it wasn't me. I didn't do this.
Nolan, go sit down. It's fine. Just go chill out. Go get away from it. Where is it at?
The room of beds, all of your beds, Dominic's, everyone's beds are all in like a disarray as all things are kind of like strewn about. But one of the beds is pushed up against the wall, and you see a scorch mark that's like broken all throughout sides of the walls, and what looks to be like a crack through the bed. Amelia, as you kind of come up, you recognize this as the blanket, and as all 5 of you come close to the bed, the fire that's kind of there, it's like kind of building, but not like large enough to start immediately, as a couple of the familiars have been like, Regulus has been like using its wings to kind of blow it out, and Scales have like went into Olivia's arms. You feel this like pulsating like energy like go through, coming like in and out of the bed, as you recognize that something is missing. And that's where we'll end for today.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I mean, it happens every single time, but every single time it's like I don't expect that we're gonna end on a cliffhanger.
And we know it, and we frigging know it.
I need you to know that my headphones fell very dramatically off the back of my head when I dramatically went, oh.
Oh man.
How you gonna do me like that?
Every time, man. Every time.
Every time.
I give you this love, and you sass me on D&D. What the hell? I like it. That was a fun and spooky end.
Well, at least Amelia will get good sleep now.
Yeah. Well, if her bed's on fire, not really.
There's just a whole...
Yeah. At least there's no creepy artifact keeping her awake with weird dreams.
Hang on, I gotta go to the notes. Discord, work with me, please. I'm begging you.
Oh, right, I'm going to go around really quick. I'm Maz. I am the GM here. The next episode, which is on the 16th here on Starcrawl, is the last episode of the year, of year 1 of our 𝙀🐙🐞 Academy, wonderful, like, community-built world, Dark Recess. So for all of y'all who have provided, like, lore, information, things, like, built the world, the teachers, the fact that we have letters that are birds that are, like, my god, what is the word? A folded crane, I forgot the word.
Oh no, what is it? Origami? Yeah.
Thank you. Origami birds, the things that the familiars, the dark fantasy elements to this, the brilliant fact that it's like magic and Wicca and like all of it. Thank you. This world is so alive and beautiful and brilliantly put together through the community, and I'm so glad that we had a year full of adventures. So if you're excited for the finale, we will see it on the 16th in 2 weeks. But I'm Maz. I'm going to do like a GM session prep kind of thing on stream next week. So if you guys are in chat and you're like, oh, what cool things have been happening, things like that, we can do a whole stream on those things and maybe plan for the finale, which I don't know what's going to happen. But of course, you guys have been. You have a cool little magical object. Of course, people are gonna know. What?
Listen, man, it's the first time having a magical object. You gotta cut us some slack.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
And it's
But
like,
it's
what,
fun.
we're all like, 13, 14?
I was in the plan of getting it somewhere safe. That's all that matters.
But that's when the best moments are supposed to happen.
Dun
But yeah.
dun dun.
Handing it
wow.
off to Shawnee. I hope this was a wonderful session for you guys. One,